Yes. All right. I heard someone say Darth and came running. Am I needed? No. Is everything okay? I love you, husband. What an amazing 14-month-long marriage we have. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Everything's fine, Darth. Go, go away. PCE met expectations and personal spending was higher than expected. In a nutshell, that was the data. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't very special. Be nice to your husband. He's not my husband. Ding ding. Hmm. All right. We need to look at our distributions for the day. Give me 1 second here. NQ can't get it up today. Yeah, it doesn't look so hot. Still down 43 BPS. Yields are up. We tested the top side of like the collar strangles in the pre-market and broke down pretty hard. I would imagine the same will be true if we test them again. Although I'm kind of curious as to what's going to happen with IWM here. Okay, so it needs to be below 59.36. Vertical. Next week. Hmm. 52.50. 5. Sorry, I'm just trying to check this position out. So above 61. So should get 445. 46. If I get rid of our puts, 470. So son of a bitch. Alright, VIX is turning up. I'm gonna cut the call side of this. Which side should pay for it? So that's at about break even. Now it's at break even. Okay, that's bouncing. Cancel that. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Trying to enter a position on this, but I'm not entirely sure how things are going to swing here. Got a bit of put interest built to the downside on SPX. Delta's falling off, so I'm gonna go short here. $90. I think I'll go short 85. VIX is turning up, so someone's selling Vega or someone's selling puts again. Does that have to break 59.60? 59.36. Okay, so it's not quite there yet. Win rowing machine for the day. Oh, I don't know, Darth. When I have time. Stop complaining about my body. Crowd moved weird, and I liked it. Nice. Cat is going to break 303. It could. It looked moderately bullish for today. I already did my scalp. I made 20%. Thanks to that one. Nice, dude. I'm starting to think this whole market is Fugazi. When nothing happens, it's bullish. So literally nothing is bullish. Does the last 5 days on ES look like a giant ascending wedge to you on the 4 hour? A little bit, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Just buy a put on Hum and call it a day. It's not that simple. I think my March 15 350 Fubo call will go in the money. Um no. Probably maybe. Probably not. Maybe. Why do the bulls keep bashing their head against the wall? I don't know. Ignorance. I can't just buy a put on it. That's too simple. Dude, crowd is kind of jumping this morning. It is that simple. My Hum put is already up negative $85. Oh, wait, fuck. Yeah, that's why I said back spread. The problem with where Hum is if it bounces, it's gonna bounce hard as fuck. Right? As volatility drops off, the dealer's gonna be going long delta. Maybe I get more time. Maybe that's the answer. What if I get a Feb 16? But then it's a fucking net debit. I could go 65.50 at a credit. Too big of a spread. 55.45. Oh, it's not too bad. Let's see if it finds any resistance. Vertical. Piece of shit. 10. I can go in the money. So 65.55 is fucking $200 debit. Break even at 42. 70.60. $95 debit. Hmm. You're just trying to go long here. See if healthcare likes the falling market. Nice spread. Jesus Christ. All right. I think I'm good. Delta's still kind of chopping around. Let's see. A bit more put interest built to the downside. No out of the money calls really falling off yet. Puts being sold really heavily though. Hum off the table. I just went long on it because it bounced above the 359.30 level. These are fucking dead, right? All right, let's see. Momentum on SPX is looking a bit bearish. Yep. Will I get a fill though? I need to average that shit down. What the fuck is with the volatility on this shit? Test of 49.11. That's not looking so hot right now. I'd maybe be surprised if we broke 4,900. AI is dropping. Tesla's dropping. Not that's what I need, but I don't know. Tesla's moving up. Ooh. Microsoft down. Apple down. AMD down. Amazon up. Google down. Netflix and Nvidia both down. Who was that guy who bought like 625, 600 Nvidia debits for the end of this week? He is fucking killing it right now. Yeah, I cut the call side of QQQ. It looked like it peaked in pre-market, so I still need this to drop to like 422 though, I think. IWM rejecting gamma neutral. If it does, it could be really bearish. 340, 359, 89. I gotta get ready to dump that if I have to. But the spread's too wide to fuck with it. IWM rejecting GM. Test of 4811. That'd be really cool. Probably not. Top's not dead. There's just no data right now. It'll probably find support somewhere along the trend. 80 to 80, 85, right around there. Yeah, the hum spreads are really, really, really fucking wide. What's so important about 4890? Oh, 4890 is like the big call wall. I think if we lose 4890, delta flips to or gamma flips to net negative. Well, no, flips negative at 80, but it gets a lot more negative at 85. So yeah, 90's an important resistance right now. But I think we're gonna lose it. I'm really hoping that Vol on Humana crushes. And it bounces to 390. SPX down puts, not up? What? I think the SPX is going down. There's a gap there from open, and then under 85, gamma gets a lot more negative. Oop. Okay. Now I'm above break even on the QQQ puts. I just gotta wait 2 weeks on Tesla. CrowdStrike below break even now. Needs a comma. Yeah, I see that. Good morning, Dr. Pickles. Good morning, Gus Gus. Can we just call you Gus Gus? Like the fat mouse from Cinderella? Fucking love that guy. I love you walking us through the break-even points, etc. Helps me focus on remembering that this port is up and I have to do things with it. The depths of your esoteric Disney knowledge knows no bounds. How's that esoteric? It's Gus Gus. Everyone knows who Gus Gus is. It's 2 days in a row I've remembered to like the stream within the first 30 minutes. Look at me go. Thanks, my Huckleberry. Do you think that 95% of my port being top CSPs means that I'm overexposed to tap? Yes. I can't do the voice. Everyone knows Gus Gus. See? That's good because I'm at 90%. That's also too much. Is Humana gonna short squeeze? I really wanted to. That'd be awesome. $487.50 strike exists on SXP and SPY. I know. My friend says Cuscu like Gus Gus says his name, and I've never been the same. Gus Gus was the I am Groot of my childhood. So let me explain the mechanics of it. And the back spread was what I wanted, as long as this was trading below 359.36. Thankfully, I was I didn't get filled on my position. But above that, the MM will start going long delta on Vol Crush and rising prices. So a bounce can kind of trigger a Vana Gamma squeeze. Which may be what it's starting to do. Be very cool. Would you consider a 365 on Hum? Maybe. I mean, I shouldn't use. I shouldn't allocate that much to any position on this port because it's still small. But on another port, I might. Gus was my favorite character because he's not a shell. It's true. It's true. He's not. I'm only joking. It's like 5.6% if I were to get assigned. I know the CSPs on it are worth a lot of money. What would be the confirmation on Hum? Hum. Yeah, we might not get one of those. But I would say a break of 419, which is a bit awkward. PCE is not down. It's flat. SGX bullish again. Just a little bounce. Probably put capitulation. As long as it doesn't break a higher high, it's not a big deal. Well, unless you get stopped out, in which case it would probably be a bigger deal. Does anyone else write clever, witty message? Read it to themselves, chuckle, then delete it without sending. I do that a lot. Sure you do, Tenarian. We talk about the little rat dude. He's a mouse. Also, this isn't flirting, but I think what you've got going knowledge-wise and discipline, I really believe one day you'll become a billionaire. Hashtag no homo. Thanks, Lawrence. That means a lot. I'll wait until 420. Thank you. 420 what? Hi, Jen Jen. Thanks. Not with this chatty's not. Pending homes. Yeah. How's that look? Shitty? Anybody want to short home builders? I think it's like XLB or something. Which one's the home builder one? I wrote it down the other day. Short squeeze, you piece of shit. Do it. XHB. Thank you. Dude, pending home sales month over month rocketed. Don't short it, XHB. Oh, that's interesting. Dork. When inflation. When inflation. See, when headline CPI 9%. Next month? About 350? It's not gonna. It's just gonna get like gap up. It's good to know that 8% more people want to pay 62% of their monthly wage to live in a house instead of living in someone else's house. Really enough, if the Fed were to lower rates, it would help deflation, as house prices are what is holding inflation up. They're not the only thing. If a flood of sellers comes in and unlocks the market, well, we got kind of a flood of sellers at the end of November before we decided to start effectively quantitatively easing again. But when you own it, it's an asset and you can make it better. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Listen, that takes a team of knowledgeable financial experts. You can't just buy any asset and make it better. Pump and dump. You're an asset. Thanks, Lawrence. Did Janet Yellen give you nightmares last night? Fuck her, man. Buying more hum? No, I mean, this is kind of my max allocation in this port for stupid bullshit zero DTEs. So I'm gonna, as much as I want to buy like some 365s and really just be a dirty fucking degenerate, I'm not gonna do it. Also, these spreads are wild. You showed me on the doll where Yellen touched you. Yeah, it was right in the economic resilience of the lower to middle class. And I feel violated. Your discipline saddens me greatly. Noted. As it should. And just like that, rates started rocketing. Bullish for healthcare. That was both informative and provocative. I know. Thanks, NW. Any idea where IWM is headed? If it gets rejected or falls below 195, down? Looks like it's getting close to falling below 195. Gap down? Yeah, a little bit there. Gapped over the gap. Double gap. See, the thing you'll learn about bulls is one day they started shorting vol, not knowing what it was, and they'll just keep shorting it, shorting just because. Bars. Nursery rhymes is about where the pickle jar's at. Yeah. Sometimes it's the best way to explain the market. Dr. Seuss or Dr. Suss. It's the pump that never ends. It's the vol short that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends. Gherkin, they're buying all the dips. They're trying to stop out the puts at 48.90 or weaken the gamma. I mean, I don't think it's gonna work. It usually doesn't, right? Like some of you will get stopped out. Some of you will die on this hill. But for the rest, there will be glory. Joke's on you. I haven't set stops. I have one on Humana. Chopped out, stopped out. That hum call is gonna get crimed. Probably, yeah. It's up like 80% already. It should get crimed. It deserves it. The fact that it hasn't yet is both an embarrassment to the market maker and our financial system. It will be beef bourguignon or snail soup for the kids this weekend. Peasant food. Yeah. Is that a stop to sell at market? Yeah, that might be a bad idea. How wide do I need that? 20 cents? I like this. I like this dealer long gamma squeeze thingy that's going on here. When did you catch that hum play? I just noticed it last night. I think I'm gonna buy a call for next week. That I can justify. The spreads aren't as bad there. So upside resistance here on SPX. Started trimming down, getting closer to like 48.97 to the upside. Delta's still falling off. Resistance at 85 to the downside. So clearing that range 90 85 would be pretty important. Is Hum becoming a meme stack? Momentarily. Is Netflix the next Tesla short? You know, the one that's obviously overvalued and hyped, but you got to be patient and wait for the right timing, then boom, money? Maybe, yeah. Still got to wait a lot longer on it, though. It's kind of a legitimate a bull case for Netflix. It's very cheap compared to where it used to trade. Of course, they don't make the same amount of money they used to. Hum Pump might not last too long. Actually, uh, it 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 might. Like resistance is maybe there's resistance at 375 and then like 390 after that. Also, in addition, it just flipped through the Vana breakpoint. So as volatility crushes, the market maker is going to go long delta. Like vol on puts crushes. The MM's going to go long delta. And then it's also negative gamma. So the MM's buying delta on the upside for that too. So it's theoretically starting to squeeze the short position. Oh no, I got stopped out of my 0 DTEs. Your SPX put just wants to be green. It actually keeps getting priced up. Uh, it should be much further down than it currently is. But I think we've got enough vol shorting now that we might start to dip again. Something can re-enter. Yeah, I mean, I made like 110% on them. I can't complain. Or I guess like 130%. Next resistance was 376, then 390, you said? Yeah, that's what it looks like on the chart. As far as like delta neutral's up at like 410. So if it were to mean revert all the way back to delta neutral, it would have like a $40-$50 range from here. Dork, should I play the mean reversion to delta neutral on Hum? Not yet? When? I have a 75 already. I'd want at least a couple weeks. In like 45 seconds? Oh, because you're buying one? Fuck you. Dick. God damn it, Gork. You're such a degen. I'm not. I'm just doing what the data's telling me to do, man. I don't make these choices, okay? Inverse head and shoulders. On what? Yields up, VIX up, Dixie down. When Tesla short squeeze? Oh. I didn't do it. The audio engineer with the physics background that looks like Jesus made me. Exactly. Goddamn American Jesus. The spreads on Humana stink. Yeah, they suck really bad. Trading in the 48.90 range, plus minus 4 points until news. Pump and dump? What news is? There's no more news today. Are we waiting on the Baker Hughes rig count? We're not. ES looks like dog shit, by the way. Just in case anybody was wondering. It looks like bulls are doing everything they feasibly can to try to keep this fucking thing from falling off the top of this. Off the top of this cliff. How high is the potential to do hum to do big sad very fast? Very high. It's like way, way, way below gamma neutral. Gamma neutral's at 426. That should be the top side of the range. Not quite. Close. 48.96. 48.96 should have some resistance here. Momentum. Still doesn't look great. Looks like on longer time frames it's still failing. That's a pretty weak ass breakout, right? Is there news on Humana? What was this trading at before the news? 527. Hmm. Alright, we're getting a lot of put selling. Not a lot of call buying. Alright, out of the money calls have trimmed down quite a bit. So the like 49.05, 49.10, up above 49.10 has dropped off a lot. I think if this tests 4,900 again. I'm gonna sell some calls. $95. So $2 more. Still a really low volume breakup. Hmm. 10 years at 4.162. Could we see cat under 300? It's running into like its long-term upside trend. Maybe if it fails. I would say you could probably confirm a fail at 296, but I also don't like shorting cat. It's usually not worthwhile. If that picks up too much momentum, Humana's gonna be fucked. What's CrowdStrike doing? That I needed to check today too. Oh, okay. CrowdStrike fell below. Filled the gap. Fell to 286 earlier. Oh, looks like it's starting to break down a bit. Next target on that 273.30. I hope I have enough time for that. I should. Alright, that should be resistance there. Options. Vertical. Next week. What's today? 99.05. I guess if I could sell this for like 210. 220. What day trades? I have 2 day trades. Okay, so I could close these if I need to. Is this really gonna stop here? I mean, I think it is. Yeah. Should be a pretty strong resistance. It's definitely resistance on futures, if nothing else. This is the 49.25 level. Also, we're getting pretty far from Vega neutral here. The quarterly refunding announcement, it's just going to be Yellen telling everybody how much issuance and what maturities for the Jan, was it the Jan March quarter? Can Hum survive here? I think it benefits from increases in volatility, so depending on its index exposure, which should be pretty large, it should have relatively negative beta right now. So market down, Hum up a little bit. There should be a little bit of that effect. They could try for Gamma Max, but if they do, they're gonna blow up like a lot of their call side positioning. I don't think there's enough positioning above 4,900 right now for them to really get that. And the market makers' exposures starting to turn positive because of the put selling. So I think maybe like this, we test 49, and then that should be it. Come to 5,000. That'd be cool. Will that go up? Why won't Tesla run? $95. I need a big bounce on that. Give me 1 second. All right, what was I doing? Cash. Okay, I want to average that. As long as Hum stays above 360. Okay. Is it more likely we test GM now, or still looking to go down to 75? I still don't think there's quite enough out of the money calls for us to push up to DN yet. I mean, they could come in, but I think this is failing because they're gonna need to to get through the wall at 4,900. They're gonna need to sell a lot of puts, which is going to pressure vol up. Remember the MM still net long Vega here, right? So, and yeah, and they sold a lot of puts. 400 or 40 million, 40 million delta in puts. The solution to that for the Bulls would be to open debit spreads on the upside, or stop selling puts. Buy leaps, buy the underlying, like delta or leaps. Buy futures. There's a few ways they could keep pushing. It's just very, very hard. Because remember, they've got to fight back against the MM, and they've got to fight back against all the dipshit bulls that keep selling volatility. Don't tell them what to do. Well, that's what we should be looking for, though, right? What's the upside trend test on ES here? Rejected at 49.30. I found some sellers. Hopefully before Humana crashes. Did I sell these? That's not even worth selling more of them, though. There's some vol selling. They're doing it, dork. Sell those pets. Is the whole market just Apple, Microsoft, and Jensen's leather jacket? Yeah, pretty much. Vegan neutral isn't real. That's good to know. I've only seen Vegas and health class textbooks and on the internet. Never in person. Wait for yesterday's highs to fail before buying puts. Maybe. Never in person. I should have a decent amount of theta on those. $900, $4,500. Microsoft's green on the day. QQQ still down 24 BPS. Yields are still trimming back, but dollars moving back up again. Oil's up now. Oil's going to be a little bit supportive. Euro and the pound up on the dollar. Correlation's kind of flat. Someone's leaning into the fucking carry trade again. Oh, skew moved up to 153.05. Jesus. Why is it not failing yet? Out of the money call buying. A little bit. Not a lot, though. But a little bit. Here's some more put selling also. We're going to get a new all-time. Aren't we at one? I guess not. Oops. I don't know. We'll see if after it retests the trend, if it fails, might be in a better position. I'm not sure what strike they're pushing the MM long on. The in the money calls are trimming though, which isn't particularly good if they don't hold this level. My 2 on the 5 is starting to turn. Fall's picking up. Hmm. Puts still aren't getting priced down very much. Just gonna have to wait it out. Oh, they're doing that thing where they're buying calls again, Dork. These fuckers. Tell them to fuck off. I don't know if that's gonna work, man. Like, it's a bold strategy, but it might not be effective. They're really being very careful about selling vol here, which is annoying. Maybe if you yell at it really loud, they'll fuck off. Maybe. Is a strategy to be unreasonably bullish? Well, I mean, yes. I mean, I don't think it matters if bulls have momentum or not. I still think there's only so much range they can get. I didn't see your theory. Did you DM it to me? No. They haven't sold a ton of them, but they are selling them. So I would say not very aggressive, but still, they're still doing it. The call buying. What I'm worried about is they're starting to do that thing where they do like that inane blow off top 0 DTE buying. Although they stopped for a second and then they started again. Hum momentum gone now? No. Not if it goes up. I mean, for 0 DTs, I would say it's probably a little bit dead. What are they gunning for? There's not even fucking calls there. Are they buying farther dated calls? No, not really. 49.10? There's really not a lot of liquidity on this. I don't know what the plan is. More upside consolidation, but VIX is starting to turn around. They still haven't sold quite enough puts yet. I still think kind of similar to the effect from like Wednesday, Thursday that we saw. Like that mechanic hasn't changed. It's just a question of where it kicks in each day. They are working against the MM. That's the upside resistance test from the all-time high on futures, right? What the fuck is that number? Or well, the local high. I guess it's not all-time high. 49.33.25. Oh, okay. I have that at the right level. So we tested that. Vol still turning up. They're selling more puts now. See, this is where it got like kind of desperate for them yesterday, was when they started selling, like when they started to try to stop the decay of their position by selling puts, they start to sell a lot more of them, which tends to turn vol up even faster. So hopefully we keep seeing like a pretty constant flow of put selling here, and then hopefully that should weigh down on the price action. But man, they really fucking squeezed out like a lot. With like fucking no calls on the chain right here. No, we did we make a new all-time high on SPX here or no? We didn't make a new all-time high on futures, but maybe on SPX we did. The previous one was, yeah, about like $1.50. I don't think it's very stable above 90 at all. They're selling off the in the money calls. So if this reverses, those supports should be weaker. Oh, game on a lost Vig. All right, I gotta cut that. 210. Well, if this reverses though. Hmm. It's 170, 160. I might average down. Still pretty much non-stop out of the money call buying here. They haven't stopped doing that. Intraday rounded top breakdown. Sometimes I don't get it. It's so much money for like a few dollars. And most of the positioning's out of the money, right? So it's not like it's doing well. They're buying like out of the money positioning then shorting vol, right? It's not about the money, it's about sending a message. It's a fucking stupid message. No, we hit 49.03 on Wednesday. We closed like 40 bucks lower. Make that happen again today, Georg. That'd be cool. Ooh. Check IWM. TLT's down. IWM doesn't look so hot either. Dow, Russell, and RSP are up. NQ's still red on the day. Hear me out. What if they're just getting retail to think they only need 0 GTE calls and then rug? If they wanted to rug retail, they could do it right now. It would be very effective. Still have QQQ puts. Yep. Are JFresh and Zero Hedge best friends now? I don't know, but I hope not. That's disgusting. Mm, I'm still trying to push more. What was Gamma Max at today? 49.11, right? Ooh, big futures rejection. A little bit of volume on that too. 5K contracts. Hmm. 292. Okay. Dump it. Be careful here. Because they could just like try to snap it up to 49.10 really fast. And get the rest of their calls. Even if we start to fail a bit, watch out for that. How can we be sure Gherkin is wearing pants right now? Oh, I'm not. Don't worry about it. 49.06.69 for the memes. Now we can go down. Did bulls pump this too early? Possibly, but they're still not selling a lot of vol, which is annoying. They're selling some, and I'm hoping that on a failure, in order to maintain the level, they'll start to sell more. Like once the positioning starts to slip at 4,900, I'm hoping we see more put selling. That's usually where it gets kind of interesting. Is there strat to make the MM buy up all their bags? That's part of it, yeah. It's a very effective strategy. Proof or ban? It's not gonna work. This isn't Wall Street bets. No, there's like no support at 95, and the support at 90 has just gotten weaker as we've been up here. I have puts from then too. I don't think they're dead. They're down. I don't think they're dead. I think we're downplaying the importance of political influence here. Trump's main message was that the stock market would be horrific under Biden. They want to prove him 100% wrong. I mean, they can have some effect, but that effect is detrimental over time. And Powell's a like staunch Republican. He's not rooting for Biden politically at all. Brainerd's saying bullish stuff. Everything is fine, all good. Ugh. But she's not like a part of the Fed anymore, right? She's like a White House economic analyst now. She just said disinflation on goods is tempering. What an odd why not just say inflation on goods is flat? Short-term interest rate futures fall. Traders par bets on for rate cuts. Looks like the highest probability cuts moved out to May now. Phew. I'm gonna have to be careful with Humana. This thing's wild. That's not doing super great. Crowd's still pretty flat. Still not selling a lot of vol. Well, selling a little bit of vol. Oh, the non-stop call buying's turned off. That's a good sign, maybe. They stopped buying out of the money calls. What's their plan here? Just grind us all day? I really hope not. This doesn't sound very fun at all. No, I think we're getting a very slow shift, but a shift, and we're starting to get that shift back in momentum again. To the downside. It's not a lot of it, and it's pretty low volume still, but maybe we break through 49.25 on futures. Could give us some more downside volume. I'd love to test the downside of this. That'd be fun. But then this kind of just becomes like an inverse triangle, right? Yeah. Looking for a breakdown at 25 before this starts to get even remotely bearish. Can we make a new low? I think it's more likely we set a higher low. But it could be that higher low could be pretty low. It could be close to like last night's overnight low. Oh, they're trying to buy calls again out of the money. I have a feeling AMC is going to issue going concern on their next earnings release, which is going to result in the stock dropping by 30%. That, in addition to goodwill write-offs, it's over for them. Okay. Cool. That doesn't sound unreasonable, even. When SPX MM long bought it, very, very far away. PCE. Well, it caused a big pump, and then that pump failed, and then it caused another big pump, which also failed. And this is the third big pump that PCE has caused. which also hopefully fails because the data wasn't that fucking bullish. If it was bullish at all, which is kind of questionable. If the market tanks and we see 47.90 before close, would you profess your love for Darth? No. I'd rather close at 49.25. What was the PCE data? Flat. Man, I wish I was at a resort in Djibouti right now. Futures is still selling off. Yep, they gave up on the out of the money call buying again. I wonder what's the flip point for that. Doesn't seem to be very well defined. Yeah, very high consumer spending. Are they gonna wait for do that thing where they wait for calls to get cheap? No, I think they're losing ground. We're really far away from the time where calls get cheap. Calls don't get cheap at lunch. What is happening is there's a very good handle on vol right now, and the bulls are being very careful about selling too many puts. So not a lot of synth long positioning. I don't know if that's just because there's fewer bulls, or it's just, which participants are more active today. But this is far better managed than it was yesterday or the day before. Bulls don't like higher wages. True. The put sellers blew up their ports. No, they haven't. I mean, they're selling puts right now. It's just they're not selling like big chunks of them. I need SPY to die so Upstart can die. Wasn't Nvidia down really hard this morning? I can't imagine Upstart's doing that well. Yeah, it's only up like 30 cents today. Probably take a while for all that call interest above 35 to build back up again. Does hum MOASS? It's not gonna MOASS. It just has some nice potential upside range, provided it doesn't, like, provided it doesn't fail 358. Or 359.36, I think it is. Ooh, losing 4,900. Nice. Hum is the new GMA. No, it's not. JFresh wrote a scathing commentary on the video, so it's gonna hit 750 end of month. I retweeted it, but I haven't read it yet. I read like the first part of it, but I was doing Pickles picks, so I forgot to read the rest. The definition of MOASS is any stock ticker that moves up more than $1 in a 24-hour period. There's a flip side to Humana though. If it fails 358, the market maker is going to start selling Delta to cover the increase in volatility. So its potential to go down really fast is almost as high as its potential to go up really fast. Retweets without knowing the contents. The boy's a natural. I could probably sum it up. AI doesn't make money. The only company that makes money off of AI is NVIDIA. Nobody has any pricing power in the industry except NVIDIA. Did he mention anything about the supply issues or no? It's just weird. Buy rights on PayPal insane right now. Wait, you want to buy PayPal? Is Humana a contraction of huge manatees? No. No, it's a contraction of Hum and Anna. Hum and Moana. Yeah. Hummy? Jimmy finna triple bottom, then rocket. To what? What do you think it's gonna rocket to? Endless Hummer? Rocket to your mom's house. What's she gonna do with it? CC season doesn't manifest that when none of us are. It's CC season. Don't manifest that when none of us are positioned. It's always CC season. Fake Gherk is on the loose again. I got a friend request last night. If you could just report them, that would be please and thank you. Thanks, Arugress. Anything's in the U.S. selling their helium reserves. I heard we need that for balloons and ship fabrication. How to profit? Hmm. Find somebody making helium? I feel like this was. I feel like I read about this a while back. There's some like OTC Canadian company that's in the helium business. It's not Party City. I had a buddy who tried to get me to build habitats for huge manatees. I think it might be the same thing. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. But probably not. Okay, IWM's kind of bouncing. What the fuck is QQQ doing? Still chopping. She's gonna be rough. Can we fucking lose some momentum here or what? Okay, they're still not buying out of the money calls, which might be a good sign. Although, I'm going to say if we don't lose 85 on this momentum shift, 85 or 80 on this momentum shift, then we're probably going to retest the high, which isn't very far away. What the fuck is 4,900 as support? Was got a shitload of calls. It's a huge resistance, but it's also once you cross it, it becomes a support. The uranium companies could solve their alpha particles, solve their alpha particles, and get in on the helium squeeze too. Ooh, neato. Is there a helium squeeze? Charm gonna help us at all to the downside? No, I don't think so. I think if anything, Charm's working slightly against us to the downside. Under 4,900, maybe a little bit, but not a lot. What strikes are the calls that expired today? Is your DCs? I mean, if you look at the chart from the morning, it hasn't changed all that much. The out of the money stuff has trimmed on both sides, but that's about it. All right, one more push for the high again, I think. They still haven't started buying a lot of calls yet, but I think they will. Yeah. So we go get like I don't know 20 30 minutes more of this. Although if we don't get a higher high, that could be pretty bad. That's gonna push Humana down more though. Amazon started recovering a bit on the day. Google's still up a little. TLT's still down a little. The dollar's kind of just not doing anything at all. I don't see anything to push dollar higher into the end of the day. All right. My meetings are getting 35 minutes. Please, Gork. I mean, a lower high here is a little bit more bearish, but it's definitely just like low volume chop right now. Like we got a little push from the shift in momentum. That broke the upside move a bit, but we haven't broken the supporting levels here. So we still need to break down below the 4,900 level to start moving, and then really need a breakdown of like 4,990 for it to start getting like actually bearish. I think that's where they're selling the majority of the puts right now, or at least the 0 GTU ones. What order would you read your book list in? Has it been updated? I would start with Graham. Then probably TA, and then options as a strategic investment. All right. Well, we've gone a pretty decent amount of time without them trying to buy a shitload of out of the money calls. So that might be a good sign. Non-economics book suggestions. Dune is already assumed to be on that list. Oh, like fiction? Have we done Sword of Shannara? Just other books? The Prince, Dante's Inferno, Art of War. I know it's super douchey, but you should read it. Hmm. James Patterson, Dr. Seuss, Green Eggs and Ham. Either one, doesn't matter. I'd probably read Intelligent Investor before Securities Analysis, but you could go either way. One fish, two fish, red candle, puffer fish. Recursion by Blake Crouch was my best read of 2023 for engrossing fiction. Okay. Was there a book about zero DTEs? Options Pricing and Volatility by Nattenberg. Or Options Volatility and Pricing Strategies by Nattenberg. Probably look up Options, Futures, and Other Derivatives by John C. Hull. Is a pretty good one too. I already did Nattenberg. If someone don't want to read Zen and Art of the Motorcycle Maintenance, I don't even want to talk to them. Also, hi, what's up, Mike Beds? Do you have Hum on a watch list? No, no. Just another of your Karnak of all seeing moments. I just noticed it last night. I wasn't really like I wasn't I mean, it was something that I knew was going on, but no, it's not John C. Hull, it's Hull. Hull. Yes, John Cena. Master market maker, John Cena. It's starting to look like a lower high here, which is neato. Oh, they were doing a little out of the money call buying there for a second, and then they gave up like right away. Hmm. Really, they're really trying to prevent this. I mean, the like VIX crush on Friday is probably helping them out a lot here, but JFresh retweeted like one bullshit tweet of mine, and I got like fucking 250 followers. Dork, we need to pump your fucking. We need to pump your Twitter, man. If me and JFresh just both repost everything you write, you're gonna have like 50,000 followers in 3 days. Can you post about Hum? I would like to have some options. I have some options. I would like to go $200 in the money. You're gonna about face the new Medicaid negotiations, like the new Medicaid insurance negotiating powers that have came into effect this year, because I feel like that's a problem for them. I'm gonna be honest. I have zero knowledge about the company, and I bought 2 calls. This is selling off a little harder than I expected. I like that. We got a chance to try the competition. Rayo's is selling eggplant parm at Costco right now. Fuck you, man. That's not cool. You think my eggplant parm is on par with Rayo's frozen eggplant? How dare you? I think they're an insurance company. Why is VIX going down though? Don't try to make sense of this market. I'm pretty sure I was looking at a bunch of QQQ data trying to figure out why calls are free. And I think it's because somebody's selling deep in the money calls, like a lot of them. Like 420, 400. Big L, the Corleone of 139th and Lennox. What? Be careful, Gurk. Campbell's bought Rayo. They're always watching. Yeah, I don't think their sauce is. You know what's really good, actually? The best like jarred pasta sauce that I've found is I think it's called Victoria. I don't really. I'd rather just make my own, but the Victoria is pretty good. It doesn't have a lot of shit in it, and it doesn't have any tomato paste. Also, yeah, it's. I think it's sold at Costco. Tomato paste is just bad. You don't need it. It's disgusting. Just cook your fucking sauce down if you want it to be thicker. Don't don't just add tomato paste to make it, because you just end up with something that's more acidic instead of just reducing it. Use ketchup instead. Oh, God damn it. No. You have to get Victoria white linen though. Their other sauces aren't as good. Okay, I don't know about the other ones. Just whatever the one Costco sells is. I think it's the white linen one. Ban whoever said that. Things that should never be in pasta sauce: tomato paste and sugar. Pro tip: never buy $12 frozen pizza. Buy a jar of sauce, cheese, ball of dough from the store. Make homemade pizza instead. Always better. 10 pizza, price of one. You know, you could just buy yeast and like 00 flour. When do we bounce hard? I have calls. I'm lying, but I'm trying to trick the market. Hee hee, shish. We'll probably find some support here just below the 4900 level. Um, a little bit at least. And then we'll see if this starts to break down, but this could hold up for a minute or maybe even bounce a bit. There's definitely some bulls trying to pick up the dip here. But yeah, I just want to play the fucking bear flag to 400 on this thing. We really should watch the 5 minute. People would freak out so much less. Maybe they'd set better stops too. Hmm. Maybe not. Do the 15 minute and play some classical. I'm not trying to put myself to sleep, Willie. There's another test of 4875 off the table for today. Did we even have one? No. Uh, no, probably not. I mean, if this breaks down, this is still very much distributing out, right? So, I mean, I could see us doing like something like this. Ah, oh, I fucked it up. I want to go away. Jesus Christ. Maybe something like that. We're still 12 bips away from a red day. Hmm. Yep, they're buying calls again out of the money. Selling puts? Not so much. A few of the calls sold off on the drop. So overall call delta dropping. So you should probably roll those SPX puts up. With the debit spread? For these. I should probably close those. Just because the theta decay is gonna murder them. But I want to wait till this leg of the momentum like breaks down and see what happens. So I don't think they'll change too much in price by then. When actual downs? I don't know. Fed decisions next week. The Fed is going to spread their cheeks for Yellen. She wears the hog. I don't know. They took a pretty big step closing down the ARB on the BTFP and announcing its shutdown. Technically, without the decline that they're looking for in GDP, and GDP still running, at double their non-inflationary growth rate. Also, consumer like spending up, which is generally a precursor to PCE moving up more. Um, we could see them increase I'm sorry, increase quantitative tightening, maybe, or that could fuck Yellen over if the Fed starts realizing paper losses. I mean, they've got to combat the Treasury taking control of monetary policy in some way. They won't. Well, then Yellen's gonna blow up RRP and start hitting bank reserves, and liquidity's gonna disappear. And then if there is a credit shock, everyone will be extra fucked because there'll be no backstop. After letting that ARB run rampant for how long? Like a month. That's what's gonna happen. No, it's the BTFP is not the protection. I'm talking about reserves and RRP. I think most American banks right now don't even meet the Basel IV requirements for Basel IV depository requirements. And if the Treasury starts beating the shit out of what little reserves they do have on hand at the Fed, which is only like I think 3.2 trillion, which at Yellen's current pace is like three quarters. Uh, that's a big fucking problem. Where's Stefan when you need him to bring up Ray Dalio theories? We're drifting up now, or still looking like a breakdown. I said we were gonna drift up for a little bit. Um, the question is how high, like how much momentum does this bounce get? If it doesn't get a lot of momentum, then we can get more downside. So it really depends on how high this pushes and where bulls build up support. But this isn't like so this period is like we already realized a period of a shift in momentum after the top broke down here. So right now momentum's kind of stagnant, so we usually get like a low volume push up off of that. How high that low volume push up goes and what levels get secured makes a big difference to how big the next breakdown can be. Or if there is another breakdown. Like this could go all the way back up and test the top, which would suck, right? Because then when momentum shifts again, we're very unlikely to break the bottom. There's something going on with Beyond. IWM's pumping a little bit. But it's getting a nice little recovery today. I would say it's a little early for ETF FTDs, but we're starting to get into that period. 7%. If it broke 8, I might be interested in the upside potential, but still a big put wall at 8. There's a bit of volume on it, yeah. Not a ton. It's like under a million volume, I think. How much all day today? 800,000 volume. So very, very like controlled covering. But some covering. Fubo's up a little bit today. Nordstrom's, Macy's. Upstart Affirm. XRT's up a little bit today. So yeah, probably a little bit of ETF covering. IWM's doing okay. Not amazing, but it's doing all right. Doing the out of the money call buying thing again, but not picking up a ton of delta. I think they're just like when they're doing this, they're just buying the 49.10 a lot. There's a put wall at 49.15. Hum downgraded. Yeah. If bulls learn their lesson not to sell puts, they are selling puts. They're just not selling a lot of them. And honestly, like most of the bullish interest isn't very high volume today. So that's probably giving them a little bit of a tailwind when combined with like the end of week crush and volatility. So vol's not picking up as much because and so thusly market makers don't need to hedge it as heavily. Hard to see an adverse credit event. Doesn't the Fed run stress tests on banks? I mean, once a year. But they stress tested SVB before it fucking collapsed. And Signature, right? The stress tests are fine, they help, but they really just have to do with depository requirements and their ability to hedge off adverse events. Very, very little to do with like the depositor side of things and their mark-to-market losses. Like if any of the major banks right now started marking to market fair value assets, they would like go into receivership. So right now, as long as banks don't have any significant demand on their reserves, then they're fine. But if they run out of if they run out of cash, which they don't have a lot of on hand, they're in a really bad spot, and they're like very quickly too. Like the average across all of the U.S. banks right now is like 39% of or 39% of deposits are uninsured. And like 50% of deposits don't have enough like free like open capital to cover them. So it's a problem. And there's like 1.26 trillion in assets at risk with the 10-year over 4.1% or 4%, and then like another 3.6 trillion in assets at risk if the 10-year goes above 5%. Sorry, 3.4 trillion. Yeah, and so that like 10-year above 5% puts 4.6 trillion in banking assets at risk. Now the Fed's probably aware of that, and yeah, they could always step in and provide liquidity. But the question is, can they do it fast enough? And historically, no. There's some covering on Beyond, although it does appear to be pretty controlled. So translated, the 10-year ain't going over 5%. So that's not something anybody truly has control over, right? Yellen can avoid issuing the 10-year. right? And trying to keep the rates relatively stable in the top end of the curve and just keep pushing out short duration, right? And creating a lot of like a very liquid short duration market. Um, with a lot of inventory, and then keeping inventory low on the 10, 20, and 30 year. But she can't do it at a pace fast enough to prevent any kind of credit event. And the Fed's tools are too broad, right? They're blunt. They're not precise. So the Fed can't really do anything to stabilize a rate if it starts moving very hard. I mean, they have an FOMC meeting once a month, and if you know, and there's a million ways for that system to experience shock, but like yuan tanks on bad Chinese economic news, right? And China moves to stabilize their currency, and they start selling U.S. 10-year notes. They can easily push the 10-year above 5% really quickly, right? Or BOJ can do it too. Um, all of those present like EU, Germany, um, all of these countries are in facing pretty tough economic conditions, and Japanese inflation just went below their target rate again last night. Which means they can be put in a position again where they need to stabilize the yen. And if they're in a position where the yen's like collapsing, they'll have to sell U.S. Treasuries, right? So I think too many people assume that the government can stop that. They can't. They can take actions after the fact. They can delay the period of time that the shock continues, but they can't they can't really stop it in motion. They're slow, right? They're very slow to act. Yeah, it can still break up more. No, China just has like a very unstable economy and a lot of US treasuries. Forming a top here, still too early to say. They're still buying out of the money calls. Although I don't think the increases in Delta are really doing anything. But I mean, they're trying to get a breakout here.
Yeah, yeah, they're failing a little bit. They haven't stopped buying calls yet, but it's starting to fail. That's a good sign. Lower, well, not lower high than the top, so they didn't get the breakout that they pushed for. They might finally be starting to push the MM long enough Vega that it matters. And this is, on a broader scale. When you guys hear like Cam or Cham, whatever the fuck his name is, uh, buttered croissant, talking about flows. He's talking about this on a longer time scale than what I'm looking at, but like you have like a drop and fixed strike vol on Fridays, right? That you know partially eases pressure on volatility into the weekend, right? Yeah, buttered sausage. Um, and so right now, that's kind of benefiting the bulls that are shorting vol against market maker that's long Vega, right? Because it's keeping volatility suppressed in addition to their put selling. But if their put selling were to exceed those flows, right? So if they were to sell the MM so long vol over the course of the day that it begins to exceed the flows of that fixed strike vol kind of collapsing, then they can still push the MM over that edge. It just takes a little longer. So like yesterday, or Wednesday is a really great example. Like we tested that high, someone dumped like 20 million delta in short puts, and the fucking price just collapsed, right? And that's because that just threw the market maker right over the edge. The market maker went long puts and fucking dumped them all into the money, right? Today it's going to take a lot more sold puts to do that, but think they're starting to sell enough of them that we're seeing a bit of that effect. If that makes sense to people. I know that's a lot, but I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. How much more up would surprise you before FOMC? Um, I mean, I could see us staying pinned to the pinned to like the upside trend as long as they keep grinding GM and VN higher into FOMC. So I mean, what's the like relative return day over day here is like 10, 15 bips. So something like that every day until FOMC. Well, Hum seems to be sensitive to vol, right? Well, it should be sensitive to vol, very. So on increasing volatility this morning, it rocketed up, and then as vol started to fall off, it came back down. We could still see volatility move up a little bit into the end of the day, maybe back towards like 1350 if this starts to collapse. Um, Although we're not quite there yet. We are moving slowly into a period where we could see into the end of the day where we could see volatility increase. And if it does, yeah, then I mean it's still above that flip point, and so if price starts to move up, the they start to buy delta as like put vol falls off, and they have to buy the gamma hedge as well. So it can move up really, really hard on not really a lot of volume. I mean, it traded 2.5 million volume all day today, so it's not a ton. Is Hum a secret stock? Did I miss that? You're not a billionaire, so yeah. These are gonna get burnt up. Can they survive another bounce? Maybe. Rude. I don't think I'm that interesting, Grim 2. But I'm glad you do. Joshy boy, how do you become more comfortable trading zero DTEs? I'm in paper trading. I've done well, but it doesn't equate to real. I tend to overthink. Cheers. I mean, just pick your like risk tolerance and your allocation limits, and then all you have to worry about is picking your position, right? Like pick a take profit, pick initially until you learn to follow trends, and then um so yeah, say you cut all winners at 30% or something like that. Pick a stop loss range and then just stick to it. And you don't really have to think about a lot. That'll prevent like that overactive decision making, which can burn up your positions. I remember the days when bears can make Fridays red. It was a long time ago. And yeah, although not that long ago, like 3 months. My risk level is 0.1%. I keep getting stopped out. It sounds like you might need to increase that. Back in the before times, I mean, didn't we do this already on like the Fridays for the Bulls thing? And we look back at all the Fridays and they were all fucking. It was like 90% of them closed red. Yeah, we definitely did this already. I don't want to do any reruns. 2 days in a row? He's explained that to us? Yeah. Am I watching yesterday's stream again? I thought Fridays were for the MM. I mean, usually. Although we're not too far off where the MM's okay being for the day. And I think the MM's would be pretty happy around like 48.95. At least right now. And we've gotten the breakout from the downtrend. Both of them have failed. This one's failing at a lower high. That's probably a good sign. Hmm. Very, very, very slowly the dealers moving shorter and shorter. They're hmm. I mean, unfortunately, a move to 80, 85 isn't off the table. Volume's really low right now, which is kind of preventing it, but we should see volume pick back up um in a little bit here. I mean, right now I think the MM's pretty okay with us closing at like 48.95. But if we were to lose 48.95 or 85 really, the MM would much prefer a 75 close at that point. So kind of like not even 85, really, below the 90 level. There's there's so much interest at 75 that we just get kind of drawn to it. But first we got to get away from the 4900 level, and enough that it's not pulling us back in. A 75 close would be amazing. It's not impossible, although it may not be very likely. Tesla under 182 next week. I can kind of see Tesla just getting hung up here, which I mentioned yesterday, but it's bear flagging a little bit at the bottom of this. There's some room for it to move down to the long-term trend between like 75 and 70. So a break of 80, I would say it'll move down to the trend here. This. Um but if next week's not particularly exciting till the FOMC, we could see it like trend, like keep trending up, right? Before breaking down. Especially with like the rest of the max, so much of the max 7 reporting next week, and then FOMC. I think the early part of next week's going to be fairly stable. So this period is it's really similar to if we go back here and we look at like the this June period. Right, where we kind of hit all our maxes, like we're running pretty hot above Vega neutral for a while. Um, like you don't get a lot of price improvement during these periods. A little, right? I mean, the total range for the total return for the periods like 1.7, right? With like the peaks are higher, but they don't last very long. And then that broke down. But I think we're in a very similar situation to this. So like DN and GN haven't quite caught up to spot, right? So drop the downside can't pick up a lot of momentum, but the upside can't really gain any ground. Right? Because like, during this period you had like VN kind of like right here. Or I'm sorry, GM, and then you had like VN just under the price. And then eventually both of those started to go up. More and more out of the money shit was sold. DN finally caught up to price, or GN and DN. And, we fell through and then we picked up downside momentum. Was 4,900 any weaker? On the zero DTEs, yes. Yeah, it's. I mean, all this chop around it weakens it because the market makers just pick, like slamming puts and calls over and over and over again at the strike, right, and stopping them out. So like people are piling into 4,900 puts up here, and then the market makers stopping those out there, and they're stopping the calls out here, and so this like back and forth bumper like pinball that we're doing against the resistance. And not only does it weaken 4,900, it'll actually weaken 4,895 as well. But the real question is whose side weakens first, right? And right now I think it's the bull side because like we're already starting to see like the 4,900 plus calls close, but we're also getting some capitulation like under 85 on in the money calls closing out. And while that doesn't so much affect the price, like it does as they sell off, but it doesn't really affect the at the money hedging very much. It does mean that if we do drop to those levels, they'll be less supportive. Right? So like all the positioning builds, you get like a big swell of calls, right? And then price drives up into them. And then, over time, those calls will deplete, right? Because they'll take profits and they'll close out. They're not quick to do it like puts are, but and then the lower the volume, the longer all these processes take. Yellen said my health insurance premium should have dropped, but I'm paying 48% more than 2 years ago. Can I ask her where those numbers are from? They're from the CPI data that reweighted healthcare costs at the end of 2023 based on 2 years of continuous downturn in healthcare costs. But over the last 2 years, healthcare costs have been rising. So she's looking at data that's looking at a look back period from quite a while ago. Do you think this is our breakdown or still too soon? Well, we're seeing a little uptick in volatility, which is maybe a good sign. We failed a lower high, which is also a good sign. But we're still not far enough away from 4,900 to really move. It's let's not say it's squeezing. It moved up because I think it's extremely sensitive to implied volatility, which it should be, right? If our data is correct, then the market maker on Hum should be extremely exposed to vol. And so small moves up in volatility should force them to, or small moves down in put side volatility should force them to buy delta. So basically for Hum, index down, Hum up. Should be for the most part. You should be on the Fed board. Nobody'd like that. I'd have tried to pin interest rates to like 20%. Just shut down lending. We don't need it. We finance too much crap anyway. Economies and people are resilient though, and we shouldn't handle them with such. We shouldn't handle them with kid gloves, you know. We don't need banks who don't responsibly hedge their interest rate. Oh, by the way, reserve requirements are going to 25%. Have a good day. Gestures at NATO countries that don't fund their military. If 95 breaks with momentum here, are we going to have some fun? We could. Yeah, we could have a little bit of fun. Like I said, we're moving towards the back half of the day. We're moving into a period where we can experience an increase in volatility. So we'll see where that takes us. But so far so good, right? Oh, I gotta turn off the fucking auto exercise on these QQQ calls. They're puts. Yeah, MQ selling off. Yeah, lost 95 a little bit. Looks like out of the money call buying fell off. Yep. Big drop in Delta. So either market makers hedging up those puts or any support at this level? There shouldn't be a ton. All right, cool. UNG have vol decay? Is it leveraged? I don't think so. No, it's just straight exposure to the front month nat gas futures. I mean, it's probably got a little bit of like slippage from the roll, but I don't think it has any. I don't think it has any like any additional leverage, so it shouldn't have any like vol decay. Like vol, it doesn't have vol decay. Also looks like it reverse split. Interesting. A few days ago. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, the fund can lose money during the roll. Like if it rolls forward at a loss. So I mean that's kind of like it has a similar effect, but it's not the same. The last 251 Fridays, 55.3%. 139 ended green day over day, so close to close. 57% ended green open to close. 44.6% ended red day over day. 43% ended red from open to close. Okay. So that's a lot of fucking, that's a decent sample size. Yeah, so slight bullish edge to Fridays, but it's not very significant. I will say I don't know how much data from before, as far as like SPX is concerned, I'm not sure how much data from before like October or August of 2022 matters anymore. Like I don't think we're in the same derivatives market we were in back then. And I think it's a big enough change that fundamentally that data may no longer be relevant. But that's really cool. Thanks for doing that, Signal. What's the variance on that? I'm willing to bet variance is larger than the mean. You're probably right. Talking about bond yields, if bonds were stocks, high buy volume would typically send a stock price up, but with bonds, it pushes yields down, right? Yes. I mean, it pushes the price up too. So yields rocketing is bonds being dumped. Yep. Dumped or shorted. I had a megaphone drawn for the last hour and a half, and we just broke the bottom. I have a little bit of a bigger one out here on futures that we're moving to test the downside of, which would be cool. We're definitely getting the sell volume on futures that I was hoping we would get under 49.25. So good push. Hey, I'm back to break even on my shitty SPX puts. I knew being patient with them would pay off. Humana running into a little resistance at VWAP. Let me see. Yeah, this can keep trending down, I think. Let me see how badly this is affecting the call positioning, because a lot of that's getting stopped out right now. Okay, out of the money calls pretty much blown up on that. We're starting to move into positive, like a negative gamma on the 0 DTE. Below 48.80, we hit that negative gamma. But a shitload of the positive delta falls off under 48.85. And the MM is going more and more short. Over the last 5 minutes, about another 5 million in delta. I lost faith and closed my put. Oh no. Okay, big vol short. Am I all the way in the money on that one? No. Okay, a little bit of support here at 90. That should probably be expected. Let's see if they can turn this momentum around. Or or if they're just gonna sell a bunch of vol and fuck themselves. They definitely already sold the vol, so. I couldn't lose faith because I over levered. Fucking goddamn it. What happened? Exactly what I said would happen. As usual. So sideways? No, I think we have pretty good momentum here. If they keep selling vol, they're gonna fucking push this down further. They need to bounce it without selling too much volatility, which is tough. They do have support at 90. But if we break that 90 level, right, where the call wall is, they lose a lot of that support all at once. And if we break below 85, we start to push into like a negative gamma regime on the 0 DTE. I wish I was as cool as you, Gherk. Thanks, man. Pickle jar not trusting the drop. Maximum bearish indicator. It took a lot longer today, right? That was annoying. What's up, Pop? Went down. We're red on the day. This is your dream, right? You said SPX never red again. Here we are. It has certainly helped me to think of the market moves more so as pendulum swings. The turnouts definitely do not happen as fast as I think they should, and momentum carries on for a bit. Yes, it does. Momentum has a gearing effect. Also, part of the fact, partially because, especially on SPX, because there's leverage, right? And so estimating the gearing effect is very hard, and that's why sometimes I'll be like, oh, our top, I'll be like, our top is like 49.02, and we'll break up and test like 49.06, because this is really hard to predict because you don't know when people are gonna like start closing positions and stuff, and that effect can drag on. But the same works for the downside move, right? Like we got this big downside move, and now that gearing effect could push us through a level that drives us even lower. And so, like, on futures, you see it a lot. You'll have like a really solid resistance on futures, that the market has like tested multiple times, and then you'll get like a big volume move, and it'll break it, and but it'll still treat the level like a resistance, right? Like it'll still fall back through it. You'll just get this like one crazy like 15-minute breakout above it where everything just goes nuts, and that's all that momentum getting hedged off. And you used to see it on GME. Remember when we would break like Gamma Max and then fly up 5% more or 10% more, despite there being really nothing driving price at that point. That's that leveraged effect. How do you pick momentum changes? I use data that you don't have. volume pretty low. I mean, it should be. We should be consolidating, so volume should drop off here. Or at least directionally, volume should drop off. Although volume is overall is probably heightened. Like futures volume is probably up, right? Because it's a contested level, so you have lots of buy and sell. Futures bounced on the 49.15. Is that going to get a continuation? I think so. I think we pick up a little bit more momentum to the downside. Not just yet, but soon. Over the next like 10, 15 minutes. We're not reversing hard, which is a really good sign. And we should be, right? Because we're positive gamma, but this is because the MM is oversold on Vega. They're overweight Vega, basically, in their book. Is that like off-gas sound on a turbocharger? Yeah, you could think of it that way, like a pressure release. It's just, I mean, like, it's just like stopping any object in motion, right? Am I too early on my 315, 4815p? You know, I don't think so. I think the Fed's going to be pretty hawkish. I think you've got some theta to make a decision one way or the other. You could always sell some shorter dated puts against it, right, and use it as like the backstop for some credit positions. Especially if we trade flat in like the early part of next week. So I think you've got the ability to hedge off any short-term decay. You're not too far out of the money. You're still above where gamma neutral is now. That doesn't seem like a bad position. And I do think that the Fed is going to force some of that rate cut pricing down. They don't even need to say anything to do it, right? They just need to stick to what they said before. Most of the Fed members that are voting now were very vocal about not cutting rates in the first half of this year, despite political pressure to do so. Which means that we're going to run a period, if that's true and the Fed really sticks to their guns, we're going to run a period of zero balance on RRP into Treasury issuance of probably more than a quarter. And that's provided inflation doesn't move back up, because if it does, the Fed's going to have to do something. And I think we're deep enough into the supply shock in the Red Sea that there's really almost no chance that we don't see inflation move up. We're seeing consumer spending move up, right? Like PCE expenditures move up, which is generally like an underlying sign that inflation is picking up again. People will say it's the holidays, but we're not just talking about durables, right? We're talking about, you know, food, energy costs, and that's where the inflation is going to present itself from the Red Sea closure the most. I would say on the food side more in Europe, but we're definitely already seeing it start to affect oil pricing. We've been, what, 3-4 days now with oil, like WTI above 80 a barrel. And light crude's above 70. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at another spike, inflationary spike from energy, if nothing else. And that's if nat gas doesn't spike. Um, so no cold fronts for the rest of winter for Europe. Okay. 85's the weaker last line of defense before we start slipping into that put interest to the downside. So weaker than 90, but still positive on gamma. If we lose the 85 level, which basically means fall below 80, we could start to see volume to the downside pick up. And we are seeing VIX tick up as well. Probably going to get some more aggressive put buying here because everyone's going to know that the puts take over under 80. Yeah, we're seeing some 48.70 put buying. And generally put buying's kind of increasing here. Flattening out, I guess. As far as momentum goes, we still have a bit. We still have a bit of negative momentum. Possibly quite a bit of negative momentum. Yet to be realized. Ooh, I should put a stop on those. Fuck. 650. 550. Let's move it up. I got off at my train station, up 26%. Well done, man. 485 puts have just gone into profit. Yeah, that was a lot of holding though. What was I down on those? Doric, risk man. How far was the drawdown today? Yeah, we use a data provider, baby hands. I'll tighten this up. Do I want to tighten it up? I should. Let's see. We could retest the gap. Hmm. Oh well. Just a stop loss hunt. Or is it a reversal? Hmm. So it should be 800 return, which we're below 85. Oh, I should have widened my stop a little more there. Oh well. Stopped out. Thanks for bringing me out from underwater. You got it, man. I think we get one more. I think we still have like one more good leg down in this. Humana's starting to pick back up with vol. Yeah, that's super sensitive to volatility. They're, I think they're a pretty big part of Dow. Ah, are they not in Dow? UNH is in Dow. Are they in QQQ? Seems like it's NQ vol sensitivity, not SPX. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see if they're in QQQ and what their weight is. They're definitely in SPX also, but obviously SPX volatility is not going crazy or anything. Yeah, boy. Okay, that doesn't work. It's not in QQQ either. It's in the Dow Jones large cap and S&P composite. It's yeah, so it's in the S&P and the Dow Jones large caps. And like a bunch of Dow Jones healthcare indexes. Not in NASDAQ at all. So I would say it's more exposed to Dow volatility. which is interesting. Huh. Yes, 4910. Gonna need a. Well, we're at the bottom of the megaphone. If we break down from here, we should pick up a shitload of volume. Huh. Is SPX gonna slip 80? Be super cool. I'll say it once again, though, for those of you in the back. This is the last line of defense for the bull side, so I expect them to try to defend it. I should probably pick up an upside hedge, right? I'm not fully in the fucking money on the put spread, though. Almost. How much is the call side spread? Vertical 10. What do I need? 85, 95. I'm just boxing it down. 95 is 440. I need that to drop a bit lower. Well, I could go 90, 4,900 and offset it. Please explain using meatballs. We're hitting the sauce, so our trajectory is going to be slowed because of the viscosity in the sauce. Might take us a while to sink. Makes much more sense now. I'm glad I could bring that to you, Mikey. Viscosity, not viscosity. Somebody needs to poke some holes in the meatball. We're just gonna have a meeting. Or down's over? Not necessarily. We could still get one more leg down, I think. But they could be over, right? This is a tricky spot. It'll depend on how much bulls come in and defend. Charm in our favor now? A little bit, but not fully. Like I said, below 80, it gets a lot more bearish. Vol up, same like continued confirmation. Actually, the initial drop we might see vol fall, right? Because the MM's gonna dump those puts that they got forced long. Oh, you gotta admit, viscosity is funnier. True. What's the best water filter? I have no idea. Or like RO system or something like that. I haven't seen Daniel Taylor for 84 years. He's still around. I don't think he's like working from home anymore though. Oh, there he is. What's up, DT? Use a couple layers of cheesecloth. It gets all the leaves and grass out real well. Greg, I'm green today. Not by much. Well, yeah, I hear that. We're about to leave the reality. We're selling too many puts. Fucks the bulls. I'm saddened to lose the MM as our friend. Well, that's at like 40, 48, 60. So we're not there yet. And then at 48.60, we'd probably snap to 50. And if we fall below 50, all of the bullish positioning is then out of the money. I haven't seen Daniel Taylor 84 seconds. Come on, QQQ, make a new low and then keep going. Yeah, ideally. I need more intrinsic value on my shitty puts. Charcoal filter, other fancy stuff. Reverse osmosis is neat. As you can just pour your water through a New Haven pizza. Yeah, some of those rolled them, did great. Nice. Another pigeon whale guarantee if we drop 48.50 today. That would require quite a lot. I don't think that's going to happen. In a pinch, you can use cat hair to filter. Why can I just imagine you sitting at home knitting cat hair water filters? I'm coming into the city tomorrow and bringing you good New Haven pizza. I've eaten at all of them. Where are you going to get it from? I've been to Frank's, I've been to Modern, I've been to Sally's. Those are the ones that matter. I've been to Delegna. It's not that good. That's not even like New Haven pizza. That's just Neapolitan pizza. So you're saying that the places with all the rewards and accolades don't have good New Haven pizza? Wait, hold on. Are the pizzas you're talking about burnt and covered in coal? Like whose fucking bright idea was it to create a dough that was so high hydration that your final product ended up being slightly unbaked bread with burnt edges? You already said you don't like it, so I bring it up. You brought it up. Oh, that's not true. I brought it up and because it's covered in charcoal, so it'd make a good water filter. This is yesterday's stream. Wednesdays. Yesterday was different. I only got angry about Janet Yellen yesterday. The day before that, I got angry about New Haven Pizza. Was it Monday? Maybe. It all kind of blends together for me. Should we show the Netflix show Wednesday to the SPX? I'll definitely want to do a Wednesday after that. What's that about? Do a oh. How many DTE would you recommend for an over the weekend straddle? I might not straddle this weekend. It's a good question. I don't know. I think the market's gonna stay pretty flat, either between 50.75 or 75.4900 into the Fed meeting. Like we'll be really volatile, but we'll just stay in that range because we have all the mega cap earnings, but I think we can stay pretty range bound. You don't want to straddle into the downgrades over the weekend. We're not going to get our debt downgraded over the weekend, probably. Although that'd be really cool. I really need the Bulls to knock it the fuck off. What are you buying here? Go away, losers. $80, $85. Someone come in and buy more puts. Puts. Hmm. Momentum. Ooh. I think this bear flag will break down and then we're going to break up. Right there. MQ is not looking too hot. Yeah. But I think wherever this takes us, I'm going to be done being short at the bottom of it. Hmm. Is Hum trying to squeeze again? Yeah, seems like it. But not squeeze, just move up. We don't need to say squeeze. Yeah, it's a breakdown. Flag, I don't know. We could still find support, right? And technically, there's that. It's not quite spot on, but that. The ascending consolidation broke down, but the channel hasn't yet. The 5 minute is so boring. It gives you lots of time to make decisions. So something that can happen here is that downside momentum could pick back up. Although I haven't seen that happen since like fucking September. I mean, it didn't fall back below 4,800 and then it was bullish. That was like 2 days. Like it had like 2 days to fall below back or like instantly reverse, and it didn't do that. Quizzes is the first time I traded since September. No, maybe I don't know. Ooh, a breakdown here is kind of it's a little spicier. Still need to lose that fucking 80 level. I wouldn't say they struggled for the bounce. They didn't really push that hard. Hitting the club tonight for some popping and locking. I don't think I have any other choice. Might be it. Hmm. Little tiny head and shoulders. Do you buy tables or stables at the club? Chop until calls are cheap and repeat yesterday. Very possible. Yeah. The question is, are we going to repeat yesterday right now? Or are we going to go down just a little bit more before we bounce? That's a little harder to determine. That's the gap fill. Big vol short. Please fuck them. Fuck them. Shorting vol so hard. Come on. Two big vol shorts. Oh, this is an attempt at a breakout. Like 100%. The question is, are they going to sell so much vol that they blow up their own position? In the immortal words of Ricky Bobby, slingshot engaged. That doesn't make any sense. It's the big volume candle on upsquart. Everything just pumped super hard. Oh shit. Alright, there we go. Stop selling vol, you fucking morons. No, I think we're bouncing. I mean, they're trying to bounce it really, really hard. I don't know if they'll be successful, but they should be. So I think we could retest like 48.97 here, maybe 4900. Although I'm not gonna lie, that looks bearish as fuck. Yeah, if we retest 49.25 on ES or like 49.30, like here or here, well, that doesn't look very good going into Monday. Yeah. Oh, they sold too much vol again. Fucking idiots. I didn't say it looked bearish. I said they're trying to pump it. That's why I sold all my stuff. I was like, after we break down from this wedge, whatever bottom we find, I'm gonna stop being short. Found a bottom, stopped being short. I literally bought call spreads. Like right here. Bullish ones. Bullish call spreads. It's bearish that they're selling so much vol because they're gonna fuck themselves. But if they stop and just let the hedging take over, then we'll push up. Fake bull buy leaps, not real bull, not a real bull. Just bull for now. Sometimes you're not hugely clear, but that was very clear. You don't simply stop being short. Surgery is needed. I think they're pushing for 4900 now. I get the right arm of the. I even drew a fucking chart about going up. I can't deal with this. I'll be right back. Why are the bulls fucking this up? Oh, great. Even more volatility shorting. That got you guys so far. Long-term bearish, if that's what you're talking about. The specific comment you're referring to, Andy, while I was closing puts and buying calls, is this on ES. But I also drew a chart showing where it goes. But it does look very bearish. This is like down descending head and shoulders. Provided it finds resistance at the 49.25 level. But that's the exact quote you're referring to. But I even drew a little fucking chart. I mean, what do you want from me, man? It's bullish here, bearish here. If you want someone to tell you when to buy puts and calls, that's really something you need to figure out yourself. Can you buy the options in my account and then set proper risk management on them too? Would you like a algorithmically designed hedging tool as well? But at least pay attention to the whole thing. I do get that I'm talking about multiple time frames at once, and it can get confusing if you're in and out of the stream. But just ask. Don't accuse. What? I'm not even talking about you, guest. I really want them to stop selling volatility, though. Otherwise, I have to use my other day trade to close these fucking things I bought. I can't box them. I have credit spreads in the same range. So open more of those. They're not worth anything down here. Crackle, be quiet and eat Twizzlers. No, we need it to go up. Do you have any green Twizzlers? Or a salad? Can you eat a salad real quick? Don't you fuck me. Goddamn stupid dumb fuck bulls. Oh. We already closed a ton of things for wins today. That's not the point, okay? Goddamn motherfuckers. Good. Fuck your calls. Fuck you too. Wait, are you still a pigeon wheel? I didn't mean it. Two can play that game, Cobra. Damn son of a bitch. I gotta wait for a fucking double bottom to play out. Because they overshorted volatility on the breakout. Awesome. This is the best. Fucking dipshit bulls. Stupid, stupid fucks. You know, after 20 times they've done this, they should really realize it by now. Nope. It's behavior like this that makes me lose respect for people that are bullish and turns me more and more into a perma-bear. And I don't even like being bearish. But, like, really? Now I'm gonna have to sell puts. It's just like throwing away millions of dollars on nothing. Calm is bringing down the market. It should start to turn around now. Vol's going back up. And at a higher low, right? Yeah. If we close at 4,700, I will pay for 1 month of Billionaire. That's not gonna happen. You tell us putting holes in the lines is silly and, quote, has no effect, but then you tell a specific viewer to eat a salad to turn the market green. The cognitive dissonance is astounding. Shh. Vol up is good for Humana. If we break 4880, it's pigeon whale time. Let's see. I can make more money off of these two debit spreads than 2 years of your pigeon whale membership. I'll take the test of 4,900 for 2,000, Alex. I've lost 10x the annual cost of Pigeon Wheel since becoming one. It's easy when you try. Well done, Popcorn. I thought you just had Vega toots and you weren't gambling on intraday shit anymore. That was your Pigeon Whale pledge. Are you down $10,000 on your Pootie Tooties? I'm not. That was just in December. No. Jesus Christ. Uh, ooh. God, the SPX looks bearish as fuck on the 5-minute. Look at this. I gotta hedge the downside too, don't I? How much were those? 385. We need a higher shoulder. Where's my fucking higher shoulder? Wrong account. Double shoulder. Doesn't look good. Bulls are gonna turn this around, right? Because why would they ever stop buying calls? Oh, son of a bitch. All right. What can I buy to hedge the downside? So I got 440 from the credits. I sent 600 on the debits. I'll still have to close the debit. Close something into fucking expiry. I guess I'll just wait. Can they afford calls without selling vol to buy them? So the reason they do it is they try to part of the largest part of put selling that comes on the intraday is at the bottom of these moves, right? Or on upside breakouts. And the reason for that is it prices puts down. So if you sell enough puts and you're buying calls, you can push the stops without affecting the price, right? So without the price going down, you can force puts to stop out. And that's a lot of like the 0 DTE puts that get sold. That's so scummy. Yeah. Yeah. Could use your Finfluence to get WeBull to start having ES and NQ data. They do, it's just delayed. But I think they have it. Like if you go here. Somewhere. Somewhere they have it. Is it this? No. I don't remember the ticker for it, but they do have it. It's just delayed. Why would you want to delay that data? I don't fucking know. Hmm. 570 at repo. S&P/GR U.S. recession risk moderates but remains elevated. Biden's economic aid bushy. I'm not expecting large price shocks after Houthi attacks. I said attacks, not snacks. No problem, Wabeef. Meatball sauce is painful. I don't know. I don't have the Fubo tips loaded up right now. SPX looks like it's going to go down faster than a crazy girlfriend. Nothing like a fear erection. You're supposed to simmer the sauce, not boil it. Dumb bulls. Dixie's going up, boss. Let's see if they're able to let's see if that reverses pretty quickly here. Yeah, yields are pushing a little bit too. I don't like the way this looks on the longer time frame, but I still think bulls can recover it in the short term. We may not get another like high like 49.06 or something like that, but I don't expect the bulls to like let it just fall into the weekend because they don't want to lose these levels going into the Fed meeting. And they still have a pretty decent call ramp up to like 48.90. 4900's a little weaker. They could always buy more. You could always buy more calls. I hate love Bulgurk. I'm just trying to make sure people's expectations aren't overly bearish because we're not there yet. Things are getting more bearish. The longer term time frames are starting to look a lot more bearish. And some motherfuckers selling some deep in the money QQQ calls, lots of them. Which is that's how institutions like to hedge their big drops. It's a meatball and a trampoline in outer space. Pay attention. Jesus wept. Recover until Wednesday or even shorter. I mean, I think just kind of flat through Wednesday. Flat to slightly up. Remember, we're gonna have a constant uptick. Think of it this way. We're gonna have Vega neutral and Gamma Max moving up probably all the way into next Wednesday, right? So we should probably have a fixed expectation that God, I won't want Bulgur to be right here. Fixed expectation that price will continue to stay upward and range bound into the Fed meeting. And then after FOMC, we could tentatively move down, provided the Fed is as hawkish as they should be. I don't think they need to be overly hawkish to get the market to trim rate cuts. They just need to take the front half of the year off of the table. Because right now we've got 1.5 cuts priced into March, May. But we also have mega cap earnings next week. If those reduce guidance or miss, remember there's there's a negative effect to inflation coming down, right? Like high inflation is what drove a lot of these remarkably resilient earnings that we saw, right? And when that inflation goes away, it's no longer a positive as for those revenues and those EPSs, right? So um not necessarily in a good spot. And we've seen it. We've seen a lot of negative guidance, and earnings are already, like, the ones that are reported so far are way off mark for 12% in 2024, right? Shh, I'm sorry. So I think if a few of the Mag 7 miss, it's going to be bad. Because funds, I mean, we're already so high, right? We're above all-time highs. Most of them are way above their all-time high. Hedge funds will sell the fuck out of that shit if they even hint at missing anything, any forward earnings, right? And some of them are they've priced in all of those forward earnings. AMD, Nvidia. Fucking Apple's given negative guidance 2 quarters in a row now, and it's still pushing all-time highs. That's money for local governments through sales tax. I mean, the federal government's not making a lot of money on sales tax. Are you upset that Gork won the quant predictions this week? Also, you still sound like you're talking into a box. I don't know why. Maybe because my microphone was pointing the other way. Although it shouldn't be very directional. Yeah, fuck bullish Gherk. And his insanely accurate price prediction. Guy's a cunt. Embrace the insanity. They put interest building to the downside. Yeah, actually, there's a bit. There's quite a bit of puts between 80 and 70, which is not comforting. Not in the slightest. How the fuck? What is this? What does this even mean? Why does WeBull do math wrong? I bought these for $385 each. They're currently worth $370 each, and they're up 200%. They base it on the underlying options. Yeah, but I sold these for $219. They're now worth $1.55, and it's saying they're up $600. I think it's combining all of my sold 4900s, right? So it's taking the average of all 4 sold 4900s and putting them together Because I sold these at $7.55 and they're $1.30 now. And I sold these at $2.19. So the average is like somewhere around like 5, which would mean they're up like, or 4, I guess 4. So they're up like $2 each. Dollar 80 something each. That's fucking so dumb though. They're separate positions. Like, why can't it identify that they're separate positions? You think I'll get VIX 16 to 25 by April 17th? WeBull's not that smart. I mean, it's just a calculator, right? Like, I feel like it's not that hard to program one. Sometimes Fidelity uses the daily options opening price instead of entry price, making it look goofy. Yeah. Definitely not ghosting that VIX play. That's scary. What's scary about it? That's some dumb calculators. Airbnb, good thing I waited on that. Jesus, it's almost up 5%. Yep. Yeah, that one wasn't quite ready yet. Although after this run, it might be. VIX is never going above 15 again. I don't know why you bought that. I wanted to dream. Popcorn. Also, 600% return. The Bulls haven't learnt right. They won't go synth long here. They're already doing that. Yeah. Yeah, they shorted the fuck out of Vol. What are you talking about? Who sold a put? if I was Vol short and trying to get the market away from my puts right now, and then you just get like some dipshit from Susquehanna walks over from his desk and he's like, yeah, I wanna sell 5,000 of the 4880. You just slap him, right? Don't tell them. My calculator lost $110 out of my bank account last month, but likely because I typed the numbers in wrong. Volume just 20x'd on Airbnb. Cool. If I were a vol short, I'd sell some puts and laugh because they're never going in the money. I mean, when you're not wrong, you're not wrong. Name one in the money put. 48.90. My Tesla 215. This little guy right here. $46.50 end of week next week. Just saying. That'd be cool. I might pick up some weird out of the money, like bear spreads for the FOMC meeting. You held your Tesla debits. What the fuck am I supposed to do with it? It expires on the 16th. And it's like $10 in the money, $13 in the money. So what should be, a $2,000 return is currently half of that. Close it.
Ew.
It only becomes worth more, right? It's in the Goldilocks zone. Actually, it goes up if Tesla bounces. If Tesla bounces back to 195, then I'll close it. It'll be worth more than it is now. I mean, 195 is a pretty big bounce from where Tesla's trading currently. Recently unemployed and unable to find a new job. I've just been able to make a couple bucks a week for food because of your insights. Because your insights have made a difference. Thanks again. I'm sorry to hear that, Paul. I hope you find something soon, man, but nice. Nice. I'm glad you're able to pick up something here and there. Fill below 80, please and thanks. What? Fuck you. Up. We need to go up. Todd Fixington the third. I've built an entire section of offices, funded the company holiday party for Kenny this year. I doubt it. He sent his entire, like, all his employees to, like, a 5-day paid trip to Disneyland last year. It was like 400 people. It's looking good for a 4900 test? No. But I'd like one. What does an office cost these days? $10? Only in Texas. Did you say your bear spread would be worth more if the price of Tesla goes up because the sold put would go down? Like the 215 would drop in value, but the sold put would go down more. Otherwise, I have to wait till expiry, till the theta on the sold put has fully decayed, and then it will approach its maximum profitability. Not looking good. Seemed like massive zero DTE buying in the last 20 minutes. Well, that's a whole nother story. So the reason that works at the end of the day, despite the Vega positioning, is that they're buying more delta, right? And they're usually buying in the money. So when you get that like the end of day pump we've been getting that kind of ignores the short vol, that's because those have a lot of delta. They're buying 1 DTE that late in the day. And they're buying a lot of them in the money in order to support pushing the price above their 0 DTE positioning, right? So say they have 0 DTE like 48, 90, 95, right? Then they can buy 48, 85, 48, 90 for tomorrow, 48, 95 with way more delta, and then they push all their 0 DTs in the money, and they force the market maker to hedge up because they're buying so much delta for the next day. But a lot of times you'll see that gamma imbalance correct itself overnight. So like they'll drive those 0 DTs in the money into the end of the day, but then the market maker will sell off in the overnight session. The market maker would sell off intraday before close if they stopped buying at any point, though. So if they don't keep constant buy pressure going, then the market maker will just dump it. But if they do keep constant buy pressure going, then the market maker can't really dump that hedge until after hours. You see it reflected in futures. Sorry, hiccups. Ooh, I have food. One second. Really? Did I miss the turnaround? Which turnaround? There have been two. The first one failed. This one might as well. Although it looks a little bit more stable. So catching the knife is just 0 DTE spamming? Great. Yeah. You sell options in the morning, buy options in the afternoon. Fuck that. Post the bear song in announcements. Ring in bearish Gherk. How many calls did you just buy? Yeah, the rate of decay on the... Well, it would also go out of the money, so it would lose delta. So both. The delta loss should be equivalent. I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, I think it's the whole spread's gonna stay in the money, so I just have to wait for the theta to burn off. But I feel like that's worth it for an additional like 50% return on the position. I don't think the opportunity cost is better somewhere else. Oh, Yellen was doing doing a lot of politicizing yesterday. Just blatantly lying about healthcare costs. Talking about how the economy's saved and people need to prepare for the new better economy. What's your gain on that if you hold it close to 2,000? So I'll make another I'll make another $330 off of it. Just holding it. We need a new holiday now that retail's so involved in the market. Capitulation day. No one is allowed to capitulate for an entire day. Position opening only. POO instead of PCO. POO day. I'm going to run for office, and my only platform is going to be that I'll have Yellen, Bernanke, and Krugman launched into the sun. You can chuck Greenspan in there, too, if you want. And Powell for being a cuck. It's not a month, it's like 3 weeks. Well, 2 weeks? It's 2 weeks, right? No, a little more than 2 weeks. It's 3 weeks. Speaking of Greenspan, would the November Jan rally qualify as irrational exuberance? Yeah, we're definitely in a period of heightened euphoria. Curious about doing that as a cash generating option. That's a little different, right? Like you could open this right now for 1765, and yes, you could hold it into expiration. But the difference is like if I cut it at $17, I still made 180%. And if you cut it at $17, you've taken a loss. So selling in the money, well, buying in the money debit spreads in order to harness theta decay is not the best use of capital. What you can do is buy like debit spreads that are partially in the money, and then like on things that appear to be in a continuation. And that could reduce some risk on a directional position. Yeah, pin risk, but that only applies. That doesn't apply to cash settled things, right? So you can do it on like VIX or SPX or XSP or something, and you don't have to worry about pin risk at all. I've graduated from 0 DT to 1 DT, and I've been able to make money. They're a lot easier to manage. Here comes the rally. Heighten my euphoria, please. What do you think was the purpose of Yellen shrinking the QRA? I mean, shrinking it had an effect, right? For a minute there, it looked like, we were going to be a little more fiscally responsible as a country. That's obviously silly. But it wasn't just that she shrank the QRA, right? She significantly reduced the amount of duration she was selling. We bearish or bullish for the end of the day here? I mean, I think bulls will try to push up towards the end of the day, but right now they're not in a very good position. One second, I gotta answer this. What does a volatility event look like? Have you ever coughed, sneezed, and sharted at the same time? It looks like that. But the market. You do a collab with Coney Island's finest? Who's that? Gork saved me from homelessness? Wait, what did I do? How? Ooh, tell me more about me. I'm so altruistic. Not to mention humble. Yeah. Gork made me homeless. Uh, did he give your home to that other guy? The duality of man expressed in the pickle jar. Cobra, I didn't make you homeless, and you still have more credit cards. Stop bullshitting me. He kept saying if we hit an all-time high here, it's going up even more. Incessant call buying, but I kept buying more and more puts. I just looked up the definition of humble in the dictionary. Oddly, it shows just a green pickle. In the words of Andy Samberg, bar none, I'm the most humblest. Number one at the top of the humble list. Sorry, Pickle Man. Come on, Bears. You guys fucking suck. Stop rooting against my debit spreads. Then only my call spreads will print. I've always learned a wise lesson in 2023. It's not wise to hedge your puts with even more puts. Sometimes hedging with calls is okay. Yeah, that way you can buy more puts. Thanks, Evans. Any tips tonight besides don't talk about myself? Don't talk about the market. Let her talk about the market. That way you can seem informed, but not like a nerd. And don't talk about oil outside of the bedroom at all. I just want the bulls to lose. That's fair. You know, I heard a similar quote in the wise and timeless words of Hodor. End quote. Nice. Your debit spread's dying is the only redistribution of wealth this country needs. Have I told you about my favorite billionaire? Do definitely start talking about oil in the bedroom, though. Women love crude language during the act. Some do. Feb 4750 is too far out of the money. Not enough theta to see a pullback from all time highs. I'm thinking of rolling out to March 4750. It never hurts to have more theta, unless it's a debit spread. But we'll ignore my shortcomings and focus on yours. Stay away from natural gas. Oh boy. Yeah, let's not run with that. Most women don't like crude language in the bedroom. I learned that the hard way. It's a crude oil joke. I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Thanks, man. Kind of like you too. Are we ever gonna see you stream Marvel Snap? Didn't I do that already? Push bulls? No, we don't want them to push. We want them to just let the market maker hedge take over. Gentle debit spread purchases and just nice positive gamma hedging. If they push too hard, they're going to blow out their O-ring again. I've been looking into AI and I've determined that it stands for artificial intelligence. Emphasis on the first word. Do you prefer KY or Astroglide when the situation arises? I have one that's called gun oil. There was no way I was leaving without buying it, so. There's one called Boy Butter. There's some really good lube names out there. But if you do your job, you don't need any of them. Unless there's another job you want to do, in which case you might need some for that. But that's a conversation. Is my job to spit in my hand? Ew. Between the feet? Uh, I bet Dan's have thorough knowledge of all on and off shelf lubricants sold or naturally occurring. Exit only scenario? Well, you're married. 40 hours a week, spitting on your hand. We don't pay you for nothing. Get back to work. Lots of derelicts in chat today. It's good to know I'm not alone. This is by far the most degenerate financial stream. I don't think anything tops this. It's pronounced derelict. Thanks, guess. I can derelict my own chats. You can. Our language and speech gets worse when our positions are dying. I'm winning right now. We broke 48.92. Bulls are paying for my next round of print puts that don't print. I'm $18 away from flat. Let's go. Man, you really buy your options at the worst fucking possible time. Like every time you're like, woo, I'm break even, I look back at the chart and I'm like, why the fuck would anybody ever open an option right there? And I know where you opened it. Although Jay's Twitch stream where he had a cutout of Mama Kathy on his bed was pretty good too. I mean, I have one of those, but I'm not sharing it with you guys. What do I do with all this yogurt laced with nutritional yeast? I mean, eat it, right? I've been here for 3 years and I'm terrible at this. If VIX went to 12 again, I would be such a jolly guy. Uh, I don't know if we're gonna get it again. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna see VIX under 13 again. VIX is definitely gonna have a lot of pressure going into FOMC next week. I kept getting bad entries too. I tried to stop, and now I'm too hesitant on entry. How do you get the balance right when you can just average down if wrong? I mean, that's a privilege granted by having more money, admittedly. But you wanna buy if you're playing a reversal, you want to buy at resistance, right? You just need to assess your risk better. If you're getting stopped out too much, your risk is you're not taking on enough risk to realize profitability, right? Um if you're not getting stopped out and you're taking too big of losses, you're probably taking on too much risk. Buying one DTEs can kind of pad your entries and exits. Buying in the money can pad your entries and exits a little bit. So those are always options that are available and make the positions easier to manage, but maybe a little less profitable. But you're looking for those resistances. You're looking for, things like support building up, volume dying down, or vice versa, right? Support breaking down and volume dying down, right? And then, um, you should be looking for your entries here. If you're scalping, which no offense, actual Dan, I'm gonna not try to hurt you here. So, actual Dan bought his put at the top of this bounce back here, which is actually a pretty good put entry. Or he bought his call rather. But it's not a very good call entry, right? You don't have enough time to have established a support here, right? So it's kind of just a panic buy. Price is already moving. He's trying to get in on something before it V's back. And yeah, so it's kind of a shit entry. You want to confirm that you found a support and you're moving away. And now if you're just scalping, right? Then you're confirming the breakout and you're closing it when it hits resistance. So you don't hold scalps into the resistance and into the test of the next level, right? You just cut it. You're playing like the like 49 or 48. So you'd be playing like the 48.81 to 48.89, right? You're just playing the range in between those two when you're scalping. If you're trying to play a reversal and you want to follow the trend, you can start by scalping, and then you set your stop when you hit resistance. If you don't get stopped out and it continues, then you can continue to hold the position. You move your stop up as the position moves up. Scalping is playing momentum, but playing reversals are a little bit different, right? You generally start building a position into a reversal, and then it reverses. But you don't want to hold those, right? You just want to in and out. And what a lot of people seem to do is they'll enter something, they'll like go short here, right? And then the position reverses on them, but they don't stop out. They just go more short here, and then more short here, and more short here, and then it breaks up even more, and you're fucked, right? Because now you've just compounded your losses or your potential losses, and then lost even more money. I'm sorry, Cobra. And if that's a problem, then confirm the breakdown, right? Then like enter a put here, and take this moment. You've already started breaking down. Enter a puts. I mean, it's always the same thing. You enter a position, set a stop, define your target, right? If it goes against you, you get stopped out. If it keeps going, you make money. Don't overcomplicate it though. Or use debit spreads with your risk as the entire spread. Shh. Judge me. I'll say it again. Analysis is really hard, right? You need to know a lot about how the market works and the internal machinations of options markets and market makers and options market participants and hedging and direction and all of that. And as a trader, you don't need to know any of that shit. You just need to buy stuff and sell it when it's up. If I have to, I will start an account where we just flip a coin for all of its positions and show you that it can go up. It won't go up quickly, but if you just use good risk management, it doesn't matter what you buy. Hold a put all week. Cut it yesterday for negative 50%. Thanks, Gherk. You saved me from negative 100. Well, yeah, I mean, that's better than losing 100%. I'm sorry you lost 50. That sucks. I would love and hate to see that. Stock trading goldfish has entered the chat. If one wishes to play VIX go up over the weekend game but can't carry VX calls, what do you think of next week VXX at the money calls to hold and sell on Monday? The only problem with that is sometimes they crush VIX into a market open, and then you get blown up. So I initially tried playing that without futures, and usually the peak of that move is like 4 a.m. on Monday. Souls of Crankmaster's thesis: flipping coins to riches, a stock market analysis. So say opening a position with a 5% stop, 30% limit sell should in theory always make money. It will make money over time. And then your analysis improves how often it can make money, right? But yeah, obviously, like, if you go short, if you go short into a rising market over and over and over and over again, you're still gonna lose, right? Because you'll get every one of the positions you enter wrong. Um, but you have to get them wrong a lot to blow up your whole account. Yeah, it's in Sunday's Globe. Well, it's VX, so it's not really Globex. It's just after hours trading. I think my main problem there is that moves often seem too small to get the fill, track it up, then set a stop. End up losing 5 to 10% repeatedly, which adds up compared to wins. So large moves generally beget other large moves, right? Big volume moves lead to big volume rejections. Small volume moves lead to a lot of stagnation. You don't want to trade chop that way. You need to be able to identify that. When volume's down and the market's choppy and range bound between strong support and strong resistance, you don't want to you don't want to be stuck trying to trade a $5 range, right? Um, and so yeah, I mean, obviously analysis adds to it, but if you buy in the money, you'll make a profit even if it's just a small move. You can trade futures, which are even better for that. Like you can trade futures very effectively in a choppy market because you make money for every 25-cent move. You really need like a 50-cent move because of commissions, but can you see us closing at an all-time high? No, unless we get like a shitload of above 4,900 calls at the end of the day here. There's really not a lot of interest above 4,900 right now. Good entry level is key to the 530 thing, though. Good entries are, yeah. I mean, you can add as much nuance to it as you want, but and yes, a proper analysis will yield a higher probability of profit. But the most important aspect is still managing your risk, not doubling down on losers, adding to winners. People psychologically, people do not like to buy. So if you buy an option and it's up, right? So you say you bought, 49.95 or 48.95 put right here, and it went in the money here. I guarantee you, not many of you would buy another put. But this is really when you should be buying another put. You should not be buying another put when the market then, bounces, right? And goes against you. Because then you're compounding your potential risk, right? Where this, you've already confirmed that you're at least kind of right. And so you would want to add to being right. So then you can compound your gains. Someone told me once, amateurs average down, pros average up. Pros average down a lot too. It's knowing when to do each that matters. Even though I blew up my most recent port, I'm back to paper trading and I'm getting better at flushing out plays. But I'm working on the discipline of admitting defeat and playing the trend instead of my bias. Thanks for bringing all this knowledge to us. You got it, Tom Tom. First of the pigeon whales. Oldest of the pigeon whales. Keep at it. Stick with something. Write it down. Don't deviate from it, right? Like once you've paper trade for a while. Don't stop doing that. But define your risk, define your allocations, define the instrument you're going to use, and then if it's profitable, if it's not profitable, adjust, right? But if you find something that's profitable and consistently profitable, stick to those rules. Just draw yourself a flow chart of every trade and stick with it, right? And let that plan take away the anxiety and the frustration and the fear and all of the emotions, right? And then you can just rely on that. The guy had more money than me, so I can't say I followed his advice. Yeah, that's fair. Let's talk about banks and IWM, Gork. What about it? I think it moves up hard next week. I think it's hedged for next week. Why would I paper trade? You wouldn't. I think most traders should start on the sell side. I think it teaches you a lot more about support, resistance, ranges. Institutionally, like when traders are training frequently, they'll be taught to trade sell side. It's less risk and a higher chance of profitability. Less returns, way less returns, but way less risk too. So I made a good chunk of money every day this week. Your insights have been really spot on. Thanks for everything, man. You got it, Decaying Corpse. Congrats, man. How's IWM looking for the PP play? I mean, I would say because nothing really happened today and CPI was flat. We know those hedges are still there to protect the short positions. They didn't get pulled back. And it's pretty flat. So I would say a straddle on it for next week. Or a strangle at this 97 and 95 level could be very good. Remember, you'll have to hold it through the Fed meeting. Don't forget the effect of theta decay. But, I mean, something's going to have to break there, and the positioning is massive, right? Either rates are going to go down in the near term, or the Fed's going to push him out. But either way, IWM's going to see some big moves, right? Don't set any stop losses on strangles and straddles. Yeah, they're inherently hedged. You don't need to really do anything with them. Imagine selling calls at 4,800, being like, we safe, nothing can go wrong, bulls stink, then boom, random explosion, 4,900 for a week and a half. You know, the ironic thing about that is most of the people selling those calls are in fact bulls. I don't know if Vince McMahon pioneered the strangle. Learned that the hard way. Yeah, I see people get stopped out of straddles sometimes, and it's confusing. I mean, I get it when you're trying to exit them. Maybe you set a stop. I would call it open, set a stop loss, then I bought a put to strangle CPI, and then the market went up 150 basis points after you got stopped out on the first candle after the data. That happens to people with FOMC meetings too. I get stopped on calls and the market goes up $15. Yeah, that happens. $48.95 is a good level to close at. Although we are getting a lot of zero DT interest at 4,900. Still not too much put selling. A bit, but not too much here. Let me look at something else. Delta still slightly favors the bulls. But yeah, I think the MM's probably pretty fond of 95. 93 to 95. Let's see how futures looks. Okay, futures is in fact bouncing up and giving me that extra shoulder, but it needs to go just, well, maybe needs to go a little further. It can, right? It can go anywhere in that range. I don't know if you guys can see those. A better color. That's worse somehow. Make them straight lines. There. It could also get rejected here. Which the lower high could potentially indicate. I think a decent chance we open flat into Monday. That's possible. Any predictions for Wednesday? I think the Fed will be more hawkish than the market's current outlook. I think it'd be hard for the Fed not to be more hawkish. Um, I don't know if they'll. I don't know if they'll even try to gain control, like gain back control and fear of their power over monetary policy, because it seems like nobody respects them anymore. Um, so I don't know if that's possible, but they might be able to get a rate cut or two trimmed off the front half of the year. How's Tup looking over the next couple of weeks? Like, we're waiting on data. When that data comes out, it'll probably do something. We are getting close to the ETF FTD period, though. So if we're gonna get any covering on the memes, like I know Beyond saw some today. It's usually the last couple of days of the month into the first few trading days of the month. It varies depending on the ETF and the underlying, but generally speaking, that window. I think we're gonna have one more retest of the highs early next week. Tuesday will go down. No way we go into FOMC at 49.05. Maybe 48.50, 65. I would say 75 is a good chance. Depending on how much Vega neutral moves and how much the effect of increasing volatility into the FOMC meeting pushes market makers to stay under VN, right? Had to rewind and listen to the lecture. I realized I've been compounding risk like a lot. Did you clip it? No. Although maybe I could. Does anybody know when it started? It's talking fucking running my mouth for a while there. Oh, somewhere around here. I think I clipped it here. Yeah, I clipped it. I'll get it edited and thrown up later. Was that accurate? Do we have? Huh. Stinky. Consolidation, vol shorting. Bulls are going to try to push momentum again. Maybe. Oh, that's fucking weird. The US pausing LNG shipments is bullish for inflation, right? Nope. I mean, Jimmy's been shorted enough that there may be a few FTDs, but probably not very many. What happened in Texas? Is it bullish? I don't know. They're doing something border. I have no idea. Big Mother Truckin' Gherkin. My mate, Market Mechanics Maestro. So stoked you're still streaming. Statistically based stock strategies and culinarily cuckolding the chat. I hope you're well, man. What's up, Big Wheeler Sinus Feeler? How you doing, buddy? It's been a while. We doing reunion Fridays? Still have some ups in the tank? Potentially, yeah. My dead calls are getting back to break even. Yeah, we might. I mean, they're shorting vol right now to try to break this consolidation, but that might lead to a little, a little more downside first. Winfrag? I don't know. Moonwind was back a little while ago. I would like to reunite with my money. Which port in particular did you love the best? Was it number 22? None of this has to do with Jimmy. Thank you. I mean, I don't care if people ask about it. Yo, Gorg, today has been so dumb. What? I thought it was awesome. Port number 2 or 3 had tens of thousands that went to GME. I'd probably like to take that back the most. Fair. When will we get MOASS? Can you define it? Can I ask about AMC? I mean, I don't care if you ask about them. It doesn't mean I'm going to answer you. Fucking. I become a millionaire? Oh, I don't know. Like 90 business days? What's your timeline? Port number 7 had all the upstart calls that expired in Jan OPEX. I'd like to have 2 more weeks of theta on those. Fair. The answer to all AMC questions is that AA is going to sell more shares. I mean, they're probably going to go under soon. That one guy was probably right. I think they're coming up on refinancing a bunch of debt, and that should be the end of them. Turns out you can trade a cash account all day, switch to margin end of day, take out funds for the weekend. Old homestead, here we come. When will Yellen get paddled for treason? I don't think that's the punishment for treason. Why the fuck are we looking at XSP? That's a good question. I don't have an answer for it. I guess this could be literally anything else. Oh, I should probably be looking at Humana. That doesn't do well when the market's going up. Yeah, it's doing okay. IWM, same like QQQ. Did the GME movie lose money for AMC? When 47.50. Oh, maybe after the Fed meeting. Yellen's doing a great job. Don't be a hater. I'm not being a hater. She's doing a terrible job. And then why am I committing treason? I hope you're not. Have you been trading on the Somali pirate market again? That's considered aiding and abetting terrorists. You're gonna go to Guantanamo, Popcorn. They're gonna put you in a skillet and close the lid with a small pat of butter and ask you questions. Is JFresh just a Twitter thought these days? Yeah. There's one person I dislike more than Bullish Gherk. Her name is Yellen. She's the most bullish. Oh, do I even want to play End of Day? This looks boring as fuck. Yeah, it doesn't look very exciting. Sweet. I know how to wakeboard, so waterboarding at Guantanamo Bay sounds super fun. Okay. Do you have any confidence that J Powell won't let Bulls pump to 5K this time? No. No, I would not trust him. There was a time when he cared about monetary policy and substantial financial condition tightening. It's no longer true. Maybe it was never true. My nips get chapped this time of year. The olive oil you suggested in the Discord is staining my shirts. Any other remedies? Can't you just rub chapstick on them? Just get like 2 little tubes of chapstick and just, you know. You don't even need 2. You can do 1. You can just 1 chapstick tube. Do 1 at a time. That's so gross. It is. SPX gray on the day? Yeah. Yeah, it is. As much as I hate Bullish Kirk, I wish I could go back to Sunday, smack myself in the face, and tell myself to pay attention to him and not Girk. Yeah. But then the banks failed and cut off his peener. Wait, who? Oh, J-Pow? I mean, he wasn't using it anymore. What privilege specifically are you most afraid of losing, Popcorn Trader? They want 4,900 one more time. Yeah, they would enjoy that. I was looking at this recent Twitter thought post of yours. How much leverage was piled on into the market in December to cover for Prime selling? They're still selling a lot. There's Look at my other post where it shows a bunch of leverage. Real answer, do a Google for chapped nips runners, and you'll get a lot of products to protect your pepperinos. Nice. Pepperonis. Oh, my mistake. Bullish Gherk makes the right moves, but bearish Gherk makes bank eventually. Usually. JPOW only takes it up the financial bussy. The fussy? Yeah. I don't want soldiers in my house. They'll be local Texas soldiers, though. I'm a Third Amendment nut. This time might actually be the top. Burry hasn't posted it's the top yet. That's true, yeah. Good point. I really need them to stop selling vol. If they could, just for a few minutes. This is super boring. Still shorting a bit too much vol there. This could go down for about 15 minutes or so. Well, I guess that depends on how much volume we pick up into the end of the day. Should I just take profit on my spreads? I need to open something for next week, though, if I do that, because otherwise I'll be out of day trades for 2 days. Hold on, I gotta think about this one. Oh, nope, never mind. I'm not up on them anymore. I'm gonna have to wait for the next bounce. Old Tinker got hit on the Red Sea, but that was 20 minutes ago. Jesus Christ. Can someone please do some fan fiction of JPOW and Yellen? We made a bunch of memes a while back. We had one where, like... We had one where JPOW was, like, getting blown by Yellen. One where JPOW was fucking Yellen. And we had another meme where Yellen was fucking JPOW with him pinned against a wall. The third was the most realistic one. Then we stopped making them, I think. It sounds hot. Oh yeah, we had that other one where JPOW was a little person pushing up Yellen's triple Ds. Something awoke in all of us that day. It's true. You have to find that? I don't know where it is. You're just meme these days. What happened to you? When was I not like this? Yellen's triple D is dispersion, duration, devastation. You used to be so serious? When? I don't know. Oh, okay. Yesterday? No. I mean, I got really mad at Yellen, but I'm over it now. The Louvre is not disbanded. You take that back. Someone should do one where Yellen is cranking J-Pow's hog as it spits out money. You should do that. Then where are the stream cards? I don't think we used them for stream cards. Maybe we did, but I don't think we did. They were a little risque. You were not like this the day you took your shirt off, or I think so. I only heard it's raining men. Hey, I would like to make some money, please. How do? Well, the easiest way to make money is probably to apply for and obtain a position um, anywhere, and then you do the thing, and then they pay you. Buy a sheet metal company and then sell it. That could work too. Yeah. Picture this. You're Gherk. I am. It's Friday. It is. You have 30 minutes to close. 33. 15K to use for weeklies. Weekly CSPs. What do you want to be assigned on? What's your next move? I wouldn't. Why would you want to be assigned before the weekend? TLT? I don't know. Waterboarding is not so bad. It's like having an enthusiastic thick girl sit on your face for a while. All right. I like the two in the hotel bed under the covers. Now that was a soft landing. I hate hotel beds. I, for one, cannot believe my luck finding Gherk. When I hear other finfluencers, sorry, it's okay, speak, I get sad to see how they lead their flock astray. It goes without saying. Thanks, Pickle Man. Thanks. I'll accept all your praise and adulation, none of your criticisms. Is there a reverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute on SPX? There was. Gherk has been bearish for the last $1,100 on the upside of SPX. That's not true. I was bullish all the way from 3,400 to 4,200. It was just above 4,200 where I started to be like, nah, this is a bit much. I don't remember that. You forgot the pimento so soon? I can check the records. I was bullish as fuck in October of 2022. It's not my fault that the credit problem that me and Dork were tracking, the credit liquidity problem that me and Dork were tracking at the time, turned out to be our banks blowing up. Thanks, Hugh. I appreciate it. If you guys could, drop a like. It's nice to do. Well, it lets me know you care. Disliked. Still above 4,400. That's fine. You're just like my wife. God. At least you're attracted to the same kind of person. You're a consistent man, Poopy Pants. You didn't call SPX being bullish post bank failures. Yeah, no shit. Who says he's attracted to his wife? The children. I thought pigeon wheel was the way to your heart. It works, yeah. Even the permabulls were confused on the bank failure pump. It was pretty fucking stupid. I think I missed something. Are there banks going under right now? There are banks that are under, but they haven't gone under. Does that make sense? Oh, that's pretty hot. It's one of my best redeeming qualities. You see what I did there? No. Oh, nice. Australian banks. Well, they're down under. Someday your brilliance will get me to pigeonwell status. Maybe. Yeah. Come on, Upstart. Drop harder. I need to cut my 33p for 2-2 today. No problem, man. Fire Bennett work reference. Thanks. Gherkin isn't a pigeon whale. Isn't pigeon whale $100 a month? Don't people have credit cards? It is. It's the future price of Dillionaire. I'm just waiting for the economy to get better. Woo, take it easy. If you can't make $1,200 a year off the information I give out, you're not using it properly. This went from half chub to full soft. It's an extremely negative 3-year P&L. Yeah, but in your portfolio's defense, that's a lot of that's CERN. Made money going both ways today. Stopped a losing streak. Have a great weekend. You too, man. That will destroy the gift card runway I have. I've only got like 1.5 years. You're gonna have to find another holiday somewhere in there. I told Gherk I'd have pigeon wheeled several times, but FTD'd because his lights are still on. Almost gave in when I saw he had no heat, but he did have a sweatshirt. I did, yeah. I miss CERN. I know you do. I had my year review meeting and I got a 12% raise. You know what that means. No. What's the value of pigeon whale? It's $1,200 a year. Hookers. I miss my job at CERN. Still losing money to inflation. I didn't want to say that on this day of his accomplishment. I told him it wasn't wrong. I just got in Dillionaire early. OI for Monday if possible. Yeah, I'll check it. Boop. Pigeon will get cool things. I do give them the DDS DD. So, I mean... How are you only losing $100 a week on 0 TTs? DDS DD is just an empty Word document. Don't fall for it. 129. Looks like we've got some defensive call positioning, 85, 75. Bullish call positioning, 4,900. A little bit of bullshit out of the money and a bunch of sold calls above 4,920. Ooh. I know what I'm doing at the end of today. I'm up 104% on DDS. Give me more incentive for Pigeon Whale. No. Going long VIX? I picked up some debit spreads. I liked how they were priced the other day. I like them a little bit less now. Two chicks same time? For what? Pigeon Whale? I mean, if you want to. Hum dead? No. No, still above that flip point. Selling off a little bit into the end of the day. Down 9 cents on my BNED position. How can I recover? I don't know what that is. Are you gonna be okay? My salary is up 33% since 2020. Is that still under inflation? Maybe. Are you buying a house? Then yes. No, you said you don't know what you're doing at the end of today. No, I said I know what I'm doing at the end of today. I don't straddle it. I just get spreads or go long VX. Yeah, that's what I said. 2 checks same time. It's a lot of work. I got 1.5% raise last month and found out that was it for last year and this coming year. I don't even feel bad trading all day. Why would I want to disappoint 2 chicks at the same time? So they could shame you? Whoop, that was from Office Space. How'd you do on the QQQ straddle strangle? I ended up losing about $40. I think I ended up losing about $20. I cut the call side a little too early, which fucked me up. Although the first rejection this morning was pretty nuts, so. I bought 89 XSP 0 DTE. Now I'm wishing I got it on SPX. Dang, this is playing out nicely. Nice. There isn't that strike on the SPX. Oh, 489. When? Oh, here at the 95 test? I hope you have a day trade left. You're in a stall doing number 2. No bidet. You didn't bring your portable bidet. There's no toilet paper shelf to set your phone on. Where do you put your phone? In your pocket? I don't know when Fubo's earnings are. Towards the end of the earnings season. I don't think they've announced it yet. Monday begins the ETF FTD period for Feb. Today could have been the start of it. Technically. Are we going to see God-fearing green peeners into close today? I think we might push up a little bit. I don't know how much we'll push up, but we might push up a little bit. Maybe back to like 95. 4,900 seems a little bit out of reach in the next 15 minutes. I don't have any day trades left, but I bought it for 3 cents, so I don't care if it goes bust. Okay. Hear me out. What if 43.50 end of day? Interesting. No. 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 Not enough time. Just a tad ambitious. Yeah, I gotta agree. I concur. Yes, indubitably. Is GBTC the BTC covered all call ETF and infinite money glitch? How do you sell covered calls on BTC? Probably not. What are the fees? Exactly. In a market crash, Black Swan event, what are your immediate purchases on your shopping list? I don't want you to front run me. I don't know how much you're going to be up on your puts by then. Liquidated my QQQ put. Here we go. Alright, first thing I want to do, go over here to IWM. Got my strangle. 16. I could just get that next week. Yeah, I don't need that now. If bulls were to push, they would push for 95, right? Can they push? Maybe not. Well, maybe I don't want to sell that one. Hmm. Ooh. A little more up. I want sell verticals. Call side. 49, 10, 20. Mm. Huh. There's a tanker on fire in the Gulf of Aden. It's a British vessel. Oh shit. No, I was trying to close IWM's up in the close. Shares held in ETFs count as shares in the float, or is that privately held? You mean like shares held for their NAV? Those aren't part of the float. Those are part of their like net asset holdings or asset holdings. If they do make the effort, it will only be a show for Russia. What? Oh, fuck. That's what I needed. Pump it. cool. Today was booty patootie. It wasn't too bad. I kind of went green, so trader can say Green Friday. Imagine that. He's gonna say that anyway. I mean, we still have 3 minutes till close. This could pump another $10 by then. I was so bored, I had to change my name and PFP. I see that. I hate how true that is. Petition to add Gherk W to YouTube chat? I don't know what that is. Oh, that's part of CMRE's free float. That wouldn't be considered closely held. Although an unusual concentration. But it also offers up 12 million shares that can be lent to short sellers 15 times over. I also hate that we may close red $2 and I'll ask when down, and Gherk will say, "We got downs on Friday, her. I've never followed that by saying her. Have a good one, Nuke. It's not my laugh. Like the free float of CMRE is 44 million. Like I said, it's a high concentration. That'll just make it very correlated to the ETF. But it also allows a lot of synthetic shorting. Does he only go her in my dreams or in y'all's too? Oh, Jesus Christ. Drop to 87, you motherfucker. I don't understand. This is the perfect closing price. Ding ding. We did it, guys. We got a red day. Popcorn trader. Red on Friday. um let's take a look at some stuff. So we actually failed the right shoulder here, which is kind of bearish. Um it's possible that next week on increasing volatility, that we see a lower open into Monday and we'll see volatility pick up into the end of the week, but I still think we're going to trade very much in this upper range. Probably all the way into the Fed meeting. So, this is probably the low side of that range, around 4900 ES, with the top side of that probably being around 4950. So So I still expect us to continue to kind of move up and chop, much like we saw this week, just kind of bouncing between GN and VN, right? Um, that'll probably continue into the FOMC meeting. So not a lot of movement, but maybe a little bit. I think there's no question that bullish Gork took the week. He's a fucking asshole. Yeah. Jimmy still kind of looks like shit. Nothing fun happening there. Upstart dropped some more today. Still hasn't lost that 3250 level. Hasn't lost delta neutral yet, but it's getting very close. If it does, I would expect it to go down even further. Fubo pretty flat, not very interesting. A lot of covering on Beyond. Looked very controlled. Got shorted back down almost immediately, leaving up only a 10-cent return on the day. We are moving into the ETF to FTD period though, so we might see a little bit more covering. Top Fubo, maybe Upstart. If Upstart holds 3250, GME might get a little bit too, and that'll be over this next week and then into the week after. So probably until the 7th, I would say. We're kind of going to be in that ETF FTD period, depending on which stock. Broad commodities today down a little bit. HSI dropped last night again, so all the steam from banning of short selling and their huge $280 billion stimulus already gone. Not a good look, given how much they're attempting to pump their markets and failing. Yields down a little bit today. Dollar also down a little bit, but not very much. Still below that 103.50 break point, where we really start to see dollar impact yields again. But also, not down substantially, and yields doing okay, but still down into the end of the day here. Correlation didn't really fall off today. It's kind of just flat over the prior day. 1 month correlation might be down a little bit. So still no breakdown in the like short vol positioning on indexes or the long vol positioning on the underlying. But we could see that shift next week. Carry trade leaned into a little bit today until the last couple hours. We're still seeing the yield curve and forward returns of volatility kind of tighten up there. Closing the week, 6% off positive returns for volatility. So not quite there yet, but close enough that depending on the FOMC meeting, we could see that leaned into even more rapidly. I think the FOMC meeting will probably be the deciding factor for how much this gets leveraged up over the rest of the quarter, but I expect quite a lot. Especially if they don't fear any rate increase in March. I'm start tanking in after hours. I fell below 3250, which is significant, but I don't know about tanking. Yeah, nothing to say there. Skew up to 153.05. Still not seeing any demand for long vol. 60% of the S&P 500 over its 20-day moving average. And we've got the correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures at negative 44.24% at the end of this week. New week next week, that number can go up again. Yep, that's about it. We can take a look at this, I guess. Let's see, mega cap tech. Oh, that's year to date. Where's today? There we go. Nobody really outperforming today. Financial's doing okay. Retail's doing okay. It's just, higher consumer spending or personal expenditures. Health tech did all right today. Not great. Energy, health services did okay. Producer and manufacturing, commercial services down. Transportation down, and process industries, and yeah, really, really mega cap tech services and sales. Just kind of all underperforming. There's a few exceptions. I think Boeing bounced back a little bit. Netflix did all right. PNW did all right, or PanW did all right. But for the most part, down to flat across all of tech. So this is really what weighed down on the day. Everything else did, nothing to okay. Yep. And so I will see you all Sunday for the member stream, 12:30 p.m. And I'll have Pickles picks out after that. For those of you that I see this weekend, I'll see you there. For the rest of you, enjoy your weekend. I'll see you bright and early on Monday. Have a good one, everybody. Later.
Kenny's mayonnaise.